Hello and welcome everyone here to another week of the NECC, kicking things off with Valorant week number 3. Thank you so much for joining us here. My name is Orbital, and with me is a brand new face of the NECC, which is Marks. Marks, how you doing?
Good, man. I'm excited to be brought on for this broadcast. We're stepping into some NECC, but of course I'm happy to be here with you. This is the second time we're going to get to work together, and I'm super excited for this.
Oh yeah, it's a great time, and I mean, like, Valorant is always one of those I want to say funnier games, right? I come from CS:GO. It's a little bit slower paced and a lot more just like stand. Yeah, okay. I'm an old head. We leave that part of my life alone, okay? But Valorant, a lot of fun here. We're getting into the bulk of the season. Week number 3 is where teams really should start buckling down and giving it all they got to get that high record, right? Some of them are sitting at 1-1. You want to differentiate yourself from the pack, and here today we have Emergence Division Atlantic. We're gonna have Ithaca College White versus NJCU Gothic Knights B from New Jersey City University. For the side of Ithaca College White, we got Deranged Bangs, Pain, Kahaku, Japple, and JC. All of them kind of clearing things out and hopefully going to have a good time.
I'm actually very interested to see how TNA Pain is going to be playing, because listen, if you're studying physical therapy, I'm just saying, those arm movements in Valorant, those flicks, you got to do something to make sure that those muscles are going to be good. So really excited to kind of see what TNA Pain is going to be bringing out, and hopefully bringing a couple of pain to their opponents for today. So let's flip that over. We've got NCJU. It's going to be the Gothic Knights, upon which we've got Looky Pookie, Dichotomy, Wowie, Disgraceful, and Ben's B.
Yeah, it's another great lineup, and a lot of these squads repping themselves. I know for Looky Pookie, trying to throw a couple curveballs here, played baseball in high school and apparently won the county championship. So, you know, throwing a couple of hooks left and right, might pick up the Phoenix. Just throw a couple of those mollies there. That'll be pretty fun. But taking a look here, we are hopefully getting underway with the maps as well, because as much as we love to talk about these teams, it's the maps that are going to shine through. As you can take a look, we are going to have Haven and Ascent to kick things off, and if we have to go to a decider of all things, it's Fracture.
See, I'm going to be honest with you. I actually think that Fracture is in a really good spot where a lot of teams now understand how this map is going to be working. So even though it's kind of seen as that weird cousin who just kind of hangs out on the side and is super quiet during the family dinners, Fracture is starting to, you know, grow up a little bit more, be a little bit more confident. And we're seeing some of these teams decide to actually bring Fracture into the map pool. Can I just say that I'm very disappointed that we're not going to be getting Pearl? That's the actual curveball now, Orbital, because nobody understands what the heck is going on this map just quite yet.
I mean, they had to round out like a bunch of nerfs to some of the awnings, right? Like they had to go in, manipulate the height of about 4 to 5 different walls. It was like, listen, we understand we might have messed up here. We got to clear it out. But as you said, not going to see it here today. It was banned away by NJCU Gothic Knights, who, of course, coming into this are actually the somewhat favorites, right? Currently sitting at a 1-0 standing, whereas Ithaca College White are sitting at 0-2. Not exactly blowouts, but it still feels bad to go 0-2 on the start of your season.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, too. You said this at the beginning, and I just really want to highlight this as well, is it's only week 3. Obviously, you know, when you're coming in fresh, you're like, all right, let's sit down, let's play some Valorant, let's hang out, and let's actually start winning. But this is when you start to see those teams actually start to find their synergy, find their stride, and, you know, now we can step out from just the, wow, that gunplay was insane, to, okay, let's start to see how we can start to work together. What are some strategies, you know, compositions that we can start to bring out? And that's what we're slowly moving towards, and I think that week 3 is kind of that tipping point where we start to see that change kind of happen.
I mean, we hope so, right? Again, as much as we give all these teams, it's nice to see some improvement over time. We want to see these teams start to garner some attention from themselves. We also want to see some stars step up here, right? We got a couple on either side that I think will have a lot of fun, considering some of them, you know, reaching into their sophomore, junior years. That's where we want to see these teams start to break out and kind of show what they got more in the, I want to say, almost leadership position, right? And that's what this is. It's a five roster squad, and you got to lead them somehow with experience, whether with skill, whatever you got to do. So we'll see what they can do, but of course, as we were saying, we got to dive into the nitty gritty now, get into the real meat and potatoes of this. Map number 1, Haven, well played all the way through. I mean, this is as standard can get.
Absolutely, and Haven right now is such an interesting map to me because there are so many different styles that we're seeing some of the top tier teams, but also to some of those tier 2, tier 3 teams bust out as well. And already we're just going to be heading into our agent select now. And look at this, already quite a bit of variety coming out from these teams. Look at that, we're going to be seeing a Phoenix coming in from NCJU's side of things. But more importantly, I want to highlight the Cypher pick. Cypher has more or less kind of gotten rotated out of the quote-unquote meta. You don't see Cypher too often on a squad, especially in favor of that chamber. But I'm very curious to see how this Cypher pick is going to be impacting the style of gameplay. Otherwise, a lot of these other agents, very typical, besides, of course, potentially that Reyna pick on Ithaca's side.
Ooh, yeah, and I want to harken back to the Cypher because it's going to be that crutch that we're kind of watching, right? There is going to be a single moment where you have to kind of watch a player, and in this instance, it is going to be disgraceful, right? How much value do you get out of this Cypher? And we don't like to put that much pressure on there, but I love the fact that you did highlight it, right? Faded out of the meta a little bit, gotta step up even more so than some of your teammates if you want to be useful. For Ithaca's side, the Reyna, I give it, it's a duelist, you know, it's a powerful duelist right there. What I do like to see is, of course, the fade being run. Astra, though, coming in for Ben SB, who is saying we are running the full "we don't want you to see anyone" composition.
I'm going to be honest, I think that Astra can work pretty well on Haven. Specifically, you know, the fact that you can put those stars wherever you want, that allows for a little bit more variability on where you want to set up your agents. Especially, too, if you're going up against a KO, that can really make sure that you're able to smoke some of those sites down without you even having to be there. It's almost like the Cypher's Gambit all over again. One of the reasons why people like Cypher is that you can just toss down those tripwires, toss down those cages, and then get the heck out of sight and just let somebody else play it just in case that 0 point does hit you within its effective range. What I am curious about, though, is we're seeing Fades come in. Fade is really rotated into the meta on what you want to bring, just because a lot of these closer quarters, that Hunt and Prowlers just give you so much value. But it's usually comboed with a Raze, but we're not seeing a Raze at all. And so I'm curious to see how these teams kind of want to play this one.
The Fade just goes straight up B, and are just like, let's duke it out. Let's only go here. We'll have some fun here.
Knife.
See, that's the one thing I do like about CSGO is the knife rounds. Even though it means, like, literally nothing in the game, it just chooses sides. Yeah. It's hilarious to watch. I'm so sorry. Watching 5 players that are so used to shooting try and figure out the knifing distance to actually hit an opponent, glorious, to say the least. Looking here, though, gonna be stock standard, no crazy pistols to come out. Couple ghosts and classics. I mean, this is as standard gets. Deranged Bangs, though, saying, hey, I'm a squishy healer. I gotta have a little bit more armor. Picked up the light armor.
Yeah, and let's see how this engagement is going to be going onto that C side. Already you can tell that the Cypher's pressure is going to make that a lot more difficult for them to push in, but it might be up to Kukaku to maybe open up a pick on B. Right now we're seeing Ithaca just decide to play things a little bit more spread out and get that information. But until they actually do something, I think NJCU, is in a pretty good spot to just kind of hold it down and play off of the info that they get.
It's the stock standard default, right? No one really wanted to press forward. No one wants to get too crazy, and you want to test the waters, right? Skill check and take a look, but Ben SB a little bit slow on the reaction there. Got tagged down to 34, and Deranged Bangs going a bit deranged, chasing up mid. It's the fight breaking out. JC says hello, but Pain finds Disgraceful off screen.
There we go. That's a lot of information also gone from the Hunt. You guys see that the defenders are backing off. Kukaku on the flank goes to the reload, turns around and sees the entire world right there. And that's going to be the spike down, but Kukaku is still getting aggressive with it. Catches Dichotomy with a little bit of utility out. Is able to just swing away in time. Ooh. Kukaku sweeping that one up. Now it's all up to Wowie. A 1v4 scenario. It is not looking too good for the Gothic Knights on this first round.
It was really surprising as well. Ithaca College White, you know, they got the plant down on C and yet still decided to fade into B, right? Decided to go ahead and push in and clear that out. So saying, hey, we got the plant, but we know we can take that fight. And that was off of Kuhaku, who is now 3-0, right? On the chamber of all things. You're happy about that. So decent range right now, decent aim spread. And they're going to try and carry that over even further. You can see the Spectres coming out. Kuhaku going to go ahead and save, most likely aiming for that operator, or is going to gather the Marshal. Okay, so I was curious if they were just going to save, wait it out. No, just go the Marshal, go the one tap, and see if you can drop some heads.
I mean, listen, as long as the other team doesn't have any light armor, yeah, you get a little body shot, you basically have an operator in your hand anyways. So, we're seeing a very similar spread to how this team played that attack. We're seeing those 3 people come in onto C, while JC just goes in. Okay, alright, a little bit more cleaner on this second round, but of course when you have a Spectre, it's going to be a lot easier in Garage. Disgraceful, though, is going to be holding it down while the rotations do come through. As long as JC doesn't get a little bit too aggressive, could come up massive and catch him on the flank. Still though, the spike has not made any distance whatsoever as JC finds that second pick.
And I like the fact that Ithaca understand, and again, this is another fundamental part of the game, is understanding you have the gun advantage, right? You know exactly how the first 3 rounds are going to play out, so play like it, right? However, Disgraceful says, I can play like that too. JC gets knocked out after taking 2 heads, and now into Garage, the range bangs, finding some abilities, but Kuhaku with that Headhunter just says, hey, we'll clean up nice and easy. Only losing 1. Ithaca College White are going to have a fantastic bonus round here. Not having to buy up too much. JC the one going to 0 out.
And actually, this is something really interesting. Taking a look at the composition from Ithaca, we forgot to mention that they are going with this dual Sentinel composition. And in my opinion, this makes a lot more sense to me why TNA Pain is going to be coming out on that Reyna. They don't have a controller who can just flash in onto site, and so you bring in the Reyna specifically for the Lear potential. It still makes it a little bit dangerous on going in just because you have to kind of swing off of it, and it's so easy to get rid of that Lear. But still, this is a very, you know, we got to go fast and then have the 2 Sentinels flank in from behind. This round, though, NJCU, they do have rifles, and so it's going to be a lot more difficult for Ithaca to be able to get the space that they were pretty much given on these last 2 rounds.
A lot of opportunity made, but right now it's NJCU just trying to get some taps down, and they also know how this plays out, right? Saying, hey, we're going to slow things down, we're going to make you come to us. But here's the hard push. So Wowie actually quite far up and finds Pain looking the wrong way. Around the corner they go, and Kuhaku goes ahead, grabs that weapon, and says, gimme, gimme, gimme. Couple shots go out, gets it a little bit of a headshot, and Kuhaku sitting on low HP said, I ain't peeking that corner again.
And they're just kind of slowing things down. We can see the rotations come through, but now that JC's found somebody on B, they're going to call for these rotations to come through. They have to get set up pretty quick, though, because the flankers are already coming through. Deranged Banks is going to be down. JC getting still more aggressive, spots out Luki Pookie, and is able to just find that pick. The spike's still not down yet, but Jappel is going to be able to get it down. It's going to be a 3v3 scenario. Honestly, looking pretty good for Ithaca here.
Yeah, this is NJCU going to have to try their best to enter into the site as perfectly as possible. All 3 swinging at once is going to be the big call. They're hiding out in the backside of Cubby, but Disgraceful says not today. Gets 1. Jappel is going to find the other. Gets a spray, but NJCU is going to walk right by Kuhaku, who danced in the smoke. A good spray through means Kuhaku finds Wowie. And in a 1v1, this is a dangerous but a nice swing by Dichotomy. Is able to secure the round. It was a very, very heavy round to win. A lot paid on the price, but Gothic Knights are able to take 1 back.
Honestly, if you're Ithaca, that's totally fine. You don't expect to win that round anyways, just based off of the gun differential that this 3rd round kind of presents. You know, you're going in for the bonus. You're going to have a bunch of Spectres. I still really like the way that Ithaca played that. They played it very intelligently, saying, okay, let's just go on that B site. We found an opening pick, but also, too, that B site works so well for those Spectres. Once those smokes kind of come down, Spectres, a lot better closer range, so you're going to get a lot more utility. That's the wrong word, but you're going to get a lot more from these Spectres, especially up against rifles that can kind of get that 1-tap headshot at a long distance. Now, their buy is going to be a little bit broken. Ithaca looking nice and strong, but Luki Pookie got a lot of information just off of that, and just going to pick up that ultimate orb so that the null command could be activated, which could be a very useful tool if they want to slow down a push or if they are playing retake their orbital.
And I mean, Ithaca College, I mean, they're playing this relatively slow to begin with, right? I think even with the suppression, Gothic Knights are just kind of like chilling, right? They understand that Ithaca College are going to play slower plays, a little bit more inherently safe, and try and take this by the books, right? They're not going to do any crazy movements. They're not going to chase in too far. So for Gothic Knights, they're going to have to chase and follow through as soon as they get information, as soon as they understand that a fight's going to break out. Ing goes a little bit of a smoke as well as a slow Disgraceful, getting forced out of sight, but Dichotomy able to find Pain with a little bit of through the wall.
Yeah, and the Nightfall goes through, but they had already pretty much cleared sight at that point, so the Nightfall doesn't find anything. guess better safe than sorry, but thankfully they do have a barrier orb to try and slow this down, but it's going to be full 5v4 on this retake. A null command still available for Looky Bookie. See if they want to go for it. Null command now going to be activated. They're going to be marching their way onto site. Spots out one, looks for that other, and that's going to be deranged bangs down. Wowie now swinging in, catching somebody looking on the wrong way, just giving it a little bit of a crouch shot, going back to our Call of Duty days, and the gunfire just going to reign supreme as down can't swing around properly, and that's going to be a very clean retake coming in from the Gothic Knights on that round.
You know, I wasn't expecting them to pull that off, especially with the weapons that they had in hand, but they did it perfectly, right? Giving up the site, saying, hey, we don't have to fight this out right now, and I love when teams do that, right? Understanding that fundamentally, if you're at a gun disadvantage, if your weapons are just not as strong, it's actually better to give the site and retake on the back end, right? You give time for the rest of the team to gather in and offset that issue. And they did it perfectly, right? Again, with those smokes, with some of that vision denial, they caught Ithaca College White kind of with their pants down. I also give a lot of credit, Ithaca College White being willing to fight inside of the smoke. That's twice now that one of the members has actually been caught in the smoke and just like, yeah, we don't know what's going to happen here, but we'll give it a shot.
It's the Batman strategy. Just throw down the smoke bomb and then just try and sweep them up when they have no idea what's going on. But that was that was a clean, very quick plant coming in from Ithaca. So this is going to be 5v5. A Nightfall is available for the Gothic Knights, and if they catch quite a few of them, that could be devastating. It's already spooky season, so I feel like Fade gets a little bit of a buff, but if the other team can't hear it, it makes that retake so much easier, Orbital.
I mean, they're quietly waiting, and they're not sure how. There we go. Now the Nightfall goes out, and I was curious, like, when are they going to use it? They didn't lose the corner by dichotomy. He's going to try and flush in. That's going to be a 1-for-1 so far. Disgraceful. Trying to follow through with a few more, but the darkness is actually covering out. But in comes that orbital strike. Good slowdown right now. Gothic Knights got to wait a few more seconds.
Yeah, and honestly, this is just a run the clock down situation. Gothic Knights can't do anything. There was just so much utility coming in from Ithaca. And yeah, that spike is going to get quite a few people on the explosion there. But the way that they played that was so smart. You know, you just walk back into spawn. The Gothic Knights weren't sure, so they used that Nightfall to just clear out the site. Are only able to ping up TNA Pain, which is okay because TNA Pain just needs to get a kill, dismiss, get out of there. But you got the orbital strike, you got some mollies, you can spray it down. It was just such an intelligent play coming out from Ithaca College White, and as a result, they're able to turn this one back. And now, we see the Gothic Knights, they're able to buy up again, but their economy is going to be a little bit stretched. So whichever team loses this, their next round, it's going to be a little bit more tougher.
Well, for the chamber, Haku said, "Yeah, we're gonna play all right. We are gonna have a fantastic time playing here." Goes ahead, pops the 2 to force, and says, "Give me a little bit of a chance." That's gonna slow things down here again. For Gothic Knights, they want to utilize that 2 to force properly, but they say this time A is actually gonna be the play. We haven't chased here first, but Disgraceful says there's a reason. First blood to them, but only able to grab one. A bit minus Pain. It's gonna try and give it the best shot.
And Spec should be able to get planted here. We're seeing this very explosive play come out from Ithaca. And once again, it's just so clean on the entry thanks to that Reyna. The defenders, though, too, coming in onto the spawn. Fortunately, a shot missed from Kuhaku from that 2 to force. To give them a little bit of information here. Wowie can activate the Tailwind. Throws in smoke. Let's move in there. Immediately gets flashed, but they got to be looking both ways. Range Bangs catches one, but then Ben comes in with a swing. It's 2v2. 2 to force is the only thing left. It's going to be a Cosmic Divide just to make things a little bit more difficult. But now Kuhaku has to challenge this. Going in with a Vandal this time. Might walk right into Ben's head. Oh no! The timing there just works out for Ben as a beat. Yeah, and he's able to get that defuse. So a great round. This is really close here, Orbital.
Ben had such a heads-up play, right? That had to be one of the most heads-up play that we've seen in a while. Very well done to collect that 4K and say, hey, I know when you're coming through my wall, this is going to line up perfectly. And Kuhaku, you're stuck in between a rock and a hard place, right? You can't blame them for trying to walk through. They knew where the spike was planted, but, I mean, you have to take your pick, right? So very, very well done overall. It was information versus information, and finally, one team's economy is broken. You can see here, Ithaca College White, as you said, Marks, the prophet understanding. Their economy is broken. They're sitting on pistols and a couple SMGs. They could try and chase in as hard as they've been doing before, but I mean, you're not gonna yield as many results, especially with the Blade Storm up. Oh, around the corner you go. All 3 miss, and no reset here today. Jappel allowed to pick up 2.
that should be criminal is what we just saw there. They were at least able to take the fade out, which is going to make it harder for Ithaca to be able to move in confidently onto any of these sites, but Dichotomy is in such a good position. If Payne decides to walk through here, it could be a very quick headshot, but it looks like the call from Ithaca is to go on to B. I've noticed lately they've been struggling against this Cypher pick. They're not expecting these tripwires to be rotated around so frequently, but now Disgraceful is the only one holding the back of sight.
This will give a chance to kind of do a split pinch if they get the time, but that's going to be a walk to the back corner and flush out. Kuhaku says, Disgraceful, you get no such timing in a 2v4 now. I think College White feeling a bit better about this. Shots into the corner as Dichotomy goes, we got to try something here. A misplay on that util. And now the flash is going to be used, but because you had to split, Looky Pookie gets two before falling. Payne able to finish it off. Two left alive in Ithaca College White. Go ahead and rotate in for a round. That was, again, an awkward save round that they get to bully win off of.
Yeah, Ithaca College, they were like, okay, our economy, it's a little broken. How about we break theirs instead? So, a great round coming out from them. Honestly, it was just really clean. They were able to put an appropriate amount of pressure. And the Gothic Knights, they really just like to play around utility. That's what I'm starting to notice on this defense. They want to just catch Ithaca off guard with some of that utility, whether it's the Cypher, whether it's the Astra. It's all being used to slow down the push. When Ithaca College go pretty much uncontested utility-wise, that is when they're able to just storm onto the site so clean and get that spike down as quickly as possible. Pookie is going to be throwing out that fragment, slows them down, the information is given. Also has that null command, so that could be used to deter them, allowing that rotation to come a little bit faster.
They'll be giving it their best shot as Kuhaku said, Looky Pookie, you aren't looking the right way. And Wowie is watching the rest of the team fall, but he's going to try and get a Pierce spray off. He can't with Frenzy. Getting around the corner, gets another spray down, and runs out of bullets once again. Feels bad, man. Ithaca College White say, give me that chance, and Payne will take a 3K. I mean, we kind of expected it. It was a little bit messier than they would have liked, but they still carry 4 over to the next.
Yeah, and Ithaca just played that super confidently. And sure, you know, a little bit of smoke shenanigans were kind of going on there. Like, who's that over there? Who's in this one? I don't know anymore. But the fact of the matter is that, you know, when he comes into those rounds, being able to just play together and have those fundamentals down, you're able to swing off of each other. So even though, you know, Wowie was in such a great position with that Frenzy, you could tell the other attack had already made its way onto site, and you can just shut down that Frenzy player, not allowing them to pick up a rifle, which could be devastating for your team. Now Ithaca going back to it, but all 5 of their members got suppressed, which is extremely telling if you are the defense. Wowie able to get out, just seeing the chamber walk down tunnels, and this is almost like a repeat of last round, except this time the Gothic Knights have good guns.
I mean, to even talk further about it, Ithaca College, they got suppressed all 5, and they still pushed A. Like, that's even crazier to me, right? They still pushed up and said, hey, we don't really care, it's gonna wear off in time, so we'll be just fine. However, now, after pushing up, they say, okay, that was a rotation. Can we fade back a bit? Can we catch anyone on the lurk position? Wowie going ahead and popping that one here. Gonna get the shot, and Kuhaku, a top fragger for Ithaca College White, is down.
Yeah, and Payne is the only one here, but the angle is locked down. Oh, just caught out with the 0 point. Payne is able to escape as well. Payne still trying to add a little bit of pressure there, while the rotation from Ithaca is going to be good onto B side. Ben SB is going to scout that one out, has to drop down yet another star to try and slow things down while Wowie cleans up Payne. And now this is going to be an attack on through garages, but Disgraceful is in such a good place to punish this. Has to just deal with this haunt. He's able to shoot that one out, as now the time pressure is going to be going in. College have to make a move fast.
They gotta go quickly, they gotta go not so smoothly, but Economy says, hey, I might have found someone. Deranged Banks says, yeah, you found your death. Dead in the waters they go. Looky Pookie gonna find Japple. Deranged Banks finds Looky Pookie. It's down to a 2v3. They get the plant. I think College White, though. Gotta figure out how to defend. 2v3. Whoa. Oh, Deranged Bangs dropped the wall and immediately ate almost a headshot. Wowie looking for a bit more action.
There we go. JC able to pick up one. Have to look both ways. Wowie with an excellent fake. Flick taking out one. And okay, Wowie just gets a 4K to close out the round. The Bladestormer is going to be back online for the next round. But man, that was looking scary for a second. I'm 99% sure Deranged Bangs was going to try and go for a res off of that wall, but unfortunately just didn't quite work out there because they were just so fast on that retake there. Orbital.
They decided to chase so fast, and Again, as you said, it was just like it was the plan, but the plan was very much interrupted, and Gothic Knights allowed to get back into the rotation only one round down, and I mean, we're right back to situation that we had just a couple rounds ago, right? Economy a little bit swaying for Gothic Knights, even though they won that round, and if they win here again, that's great. Ithaca College White feeling great though.
Yeah, and let's just
a bit of economy in everyone.
Let's just remind everybody that this is also Ithaca College's pick. So this would be a devastating map to lose if they go. Oh my goodness! Wow. Okay, that is an excellent. Wowie, you were doing amazing, my dude. That was such a good headshot to first of all shut down that fade that shuts down the Nightfall, which then just makes it so much more difficult for Ithaca to be able to push in onto site. But the point that I was making was, if the Gothic Knights can take this map one, they're going to be feeling pretty confident in shutting Ithaca down 2-0 this week, and you know that's what they're looking for.
Yes, that is one thing. It's also doing it against a squad that is so far doing very well in their own right? Being able to gather a win on this type of squad would be monumental, I would say, to kick things off. So really hoping for that win, really hoping to push forward and get a chance here. Eyes are open though, so NJCU
obscuring vision.
Gonna go ahead and try and block out a little bit of sight. Ben SB saying, you guys have been playing mid a little bit too much. Just try it one more time. I'm ready with that Vandal.
And right now it is 4v4. Ithaca really taking their time. Going to be moving back. Wowee, though, coming in on the flank. Thanks to the stim pack, though, they're all able to escape properly. Deranged Bangs is still hanging on B and might get flanked from behind from Wowee, but this is going to be the spike coming down here. So it is going to be a 4v3 retake. A lot of ultimates online for Gothic Knights as well. Disgraceful already onto the site, but the Nightfall does come through, and it's going to tag up all three of their members. Pain doesn't care. Finds Wowee, is going to get that dismiss to get out, and now is looking for yet another, but Ben SB with a little bit of a hop is able to get up onto the boxes. Dichotomy coming in from behind, and now it's all up to Kuhaku. Hidden behind a smoke, goes through the spray, is able to split Dichotomy into two, and now there's only Disgraceful against Kuhaku. Kuhaku spots out, finds the spray down onto a headshot, and that's going to be round number 6 for Ithaca College.
Took a little bit of time, but you know, it looked a little bit scary and they got it, right? It was a well-timed, well-played fight overall. It's also well-implemented, right? For a squad that's trying to rack up the econ once again, they're holding steady. 5.5 in Kuhaku, who has been an absolute menace alongside Pain, and in the side at JC, who is sitting on 2.45 themselves. This is the perfect time to start winning some of those rounds again. Gothic Knights currently locked down to the pistols and knives, and maybe Shorty there, and I mean, you get so much value from that shotgun, but only with 2, right? Like, if you get the value comes from if the opponent walks into your face. Are we gonna get that? Probably not, but one can hope.
I mean, listen, Ithaca like to play inside of the smokes, right? So if the Gothic Knights do something very similar, that's when that shorty is in its effective range. But an operator online from JC, you don't usually see your Fade player do it, but that speaks to a little bit of that confidence. A Blade Storm is also going to be active for the Gothic Knights, and honestly, Wowee, with that Blade Storm, could come up massive and shut things down. Dichotomy playing the rat angle has been maybe hanging out a little bit too close to New York. Just knows, you know, rats, that's how we're going to play it, especially with that shorty.
Oh, that's so mean, but so true. It's so
There's
true.
rats there. It's okay. Most major cities have rats. It's fine.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but ratting is just to me it's a skill set that you have to learn, right? To rat well is very different than just ratting. So I give props over there to Dichotomy, and Dichotomy is able to force it out here. Eyes are open though. Kuhaku is again getting the play, and now this is starting to worry me a little bit, right? Gothic Knights allowing this to happen too frequently, right? At some point you do have to challenge. You got to be a bit confident in yourself. However, Deranged Bang says you gave us too much time to set up, and now we're gonna cause you problems.
Once again, they don't necessarily have the weapons to do this properly. 2 shorties coming in here. Deranged Bangs already shoots the one down. They know that he's just on there. Looky Boogie going to be going for the flashbang first. They walk into each other. Unfortunately, his Pain is able to get one, but the entry is going to be good. Dismissed right in front of Ben's crosshairs. An orbital strike coming up from above just to deny anybody from that plant. But still, there's enough time to make this one happen. It's starting to run out, though. Cosmic Divide tossed in as well. They got to run through to stop this defuse, and there's not enough time. Ben SB is going to gun him down, but it doesn't even matter at that point because the spike goes off, and Ithaca are going to dust off their hands and call that one a little bit of a nice day, although it was very difficult for them to make that happen.
Gotta be honest here. Gotta be honest, right? We gotta be very honest at the end of the day. It was close. However, that last catch, I believe through the smoke, caught the diffuser at the right time, right? We saw it being ticked away. You thought that Gothic Knights had it at halfway? No, it was all the way at 0, so the reattempt of the defuse was not going to go through either way.
We must.
So it's a nice one to have, right? 7 to 4, looking at an 8-4 if Ithaca College can pull this one out. It's a full gun round, and for Ithaca College, a couple ultimates on their hand, almost all of them actually, with the 2 to 4s already out. This should be prime example for them to take over a site once again. Gothic Knights got to be a bit more confident in their own play, right? They're giving the sites a little bit too easily right now, in my opinion.
And, yikes. Wowie is going to be down, but I just wanted to highlight Ben SB has been playing this Astra extremely well. Really good decision making as well with those cosmic divides to be able to make it a more winnable scenario. But so far, this Astra has been the impact maker on the Gothic Knights just from a utility perspective. Regardless, though, Ithaca College, as they're just doing Ithaca College things, and they're going to be able to get that spike down extremely quickly, almost completely uncontested. Now the spike is down. The time, it's got to start here.
I'll find you.
Going to take all the way through as we get a very interesting style of lockdown, and Jappel's just like, all right, bring it on, bring on the pain. Dichotomy is going to swing through and try and find someone, but it is going to be sprayed out. Gets one, a little bit of a grab on the Luki Pookie as well, but Dichotomy sweeping everyone out of this battle. It's down to a 2v2. They're going to go for a quick little fake defuse. Can they catch anyone? No, JC able to finish off Disgraceful. Time to a 1v2. Are you able to hold it off? A couple clips left, 16 bullets. Can you play this out? Time's ticking down. I don't think you have too much. You already lost the round, so that is Dichotomy falling to JC, and it's an 8-4 score. Ithaca College going ahead and taking half number 1.
Oh, it's so painful, but so smart coming in from JC. You know, you toss out the haunt, that's one thing that the person has to shoot. Oh, one Prowler? Okay, cool, I have to shoot through this now too. Another Prowler? Okay, I guess I'm gonna shoot through this one. Oh, now I'm seized and I can't move out. This is great. All while considering the fact that you could get double swung around that little corridor right there. So a really good just play down the clock. You don't have to go for those flashy plays. And that's gonna close that out. So Ithaca are gonna take that first half 8-4. Now, it was their pistol round to start this all off. Are they going to be able to do that again? Now that they are onto the defense, let's see how they want to do that. In my opinion, this is where Reyna starts to lose a little bit of that usefulness. The defense is very just built around. Reyna has to take space, but doesn't have any utility to be able to just get in and get out fast without getting a kill.
Here.
I mean, you can say the same about the Cypher, right? Cypher on attacking side, generally a weak point here. And they're going to have to play. So both teams kind of working at that mini handicap as we were talking about. And it's all about who can utilize that weakest link better. With the pistols up, though, we're going to see Ithaca College try and spot out. Is able to spot a couple people in the corner. They're locked down, but Wowie and Dichotomy grab 2 on the back end and say, hey, you tried your hardest, but you're going to try a little bit harder than that. Dichotomy sweeping away pain.
He just around the corner, knows they're coming through, actually gets a right click off, allowing Disgraceful to sweep that one up, but this post-plant positioning is just so solid. Lukaku has to rotate out, but they're just going to charge him down. Or, sorry, them down, I apologize. But still, this is just, that was so clean from the Gothic Knights. They just went in there, put that spike down and said, all right, let's get into our happy spot. And by the time Ithaca College were able to rotate around and start to plan that retake, it didn't matter, because the Gothic Knights had all of their crossfires enabled, and it was just a matter of just sitting down and waiting for Ithaca to try and push in, which they had extreme difficulty doing on a pistol round.
A little bit of a change up here, and you know, Gothic Knights saying, okay, maybe we can do this. They're going to keep it close, going to end up in a 6-8 position more often than not, especially since there are no pistol swap outs. It's all classics for Ithaca College. And I was gonna say I wanted to see him sprint into just a single site, take the 50-50 in terms of where they go, but Guhaku had a little bit of a different plan, is able to take Wowie out before Luki Pookie swings on JC as well.
Take the spike.
Okay, yeah, and this is just falling apart for Ithaca. You would pretty much expect that given the gun difference, but if they can at least ping one more person up, then I don't think that this is necessarily a loss. Given the gun difference, being able to just really force your opponent into a bad economic situation is what you want to do out of here. Japple, unfortunately, just looking the wrong way, and now Pain is going to be walking in, but those Spectres are going to win those close range duels. And so, Gothic Knights in a fantastic position, just like you said, 6-8 now, and I imagine they will bonus, only losing one of their members in that last round.
They're going to be fine here. They're going to be real happy about building back their own lead. And again, 3-round difference, that's nothing here. The question is, how many people are Ithaca College White going to lose? Because again, as they've shown between all of these rounds, these teams are willing to go tooth and nail when given the opportunity, right? Or when they feel it's in their favor. And they end up losing so many people, right? I want to see a team be able to close out this bonus round, close it out nicely. Whoever wins, either side wins, and be able to happily carry over the weapons and really break the economy of the other team. I want to see a large swing in rounds that way.
I'm starting to see that Ithaca are adapting to this very fast playstyle. As soon as they hear information, they're getting people to rotate in. Payne is able to find one, uses the dismiss to get out as the team swings in from behind, but it's just such good coordination coming in from the Gothic Knights. The range bangs in the back line, though, trying to make that one work, but Dichotomy is able to trade that one back. It's going to be a 2v2 scenario, make it a 2v1, all up to the Cypher on the point. Disgraceful has that Bulldog and makes it effective in that close range, but once again, the Prowlers come through, and Disgraceful has to back off just for a second, allowing JC a little bit of time to potentially get that to a half. It's going to be a 1v1 scenario here. Disgraceful now goes through the swing, is able to spot JC for a second, but I think JC is just going to stick
Oh my gosh.
And yeah, just goes for the stick and looking for the kill, but Disgraceful finds that one. Okay, alright, well, you hate to see that one, but you know what? At least the Gothic Knights were able to take a lot of weapons out of Ithaca's hands.
Yeah, not just a lot. Like, that is going to screw Ithaca up for this upcoming round, right? Like, that was... Yes, you would have liked to be able to swing earlier on the diffuser, but you got what it is, right? At the end of the day, you knocked out all 5, so it's a very low budget purchase, and Gothic Knights are going to be allowed to pick back up. The thing about it, though, is it still happened, right? We cannot discount that. Right now, Gothic Knights have to be a bit more aware of their timing and where the position is, and maybe even sound cues, right? Ithaca College kind of picking that one up for free. Are going to pay for it here with maybe another round loss, but it looked good on paper to kick things off. 6-9 is that score, as down below, Ben is going to find Payne at the start of their attack.
Nightfall is going to come out, not find anybody. This is going to be yet another fast plant. Lukey Pookie just rearranging, get the positioning down. College, their gun disadvantage, just on the outside of that Astra smoke. Wowie just waiting for it. The haunt goes through. Cypher Cage going to be coming up. Spray through happens. Actually, a collat coming in from Wowie. It's going to make this retake a lot more difficult. Wowie really just putting wows on everybody's faces, looking for yet another head to click.
Remaining.
Can't quite find it, but Jappel going to be falling down, and that is going to be a flawless round coming from the Gothic Knights. You know, the Gothic Knights were the one who picked defense to start off, but their offense is looking extremely strong.
Anytime we are seeing these teams pop off, it feels good. And I mean, this is, again, Wowie making some of those big plays, but Ben SB and Dichotomy are right behind on the heels, right? 14 apiece for both of them, and I mean, they've done so well. Looky Pookie now with that null command, and is going to be currently flanking over towards A, but at the moment, Gothic Knights have to be real proud of how hard they are fighting. If they win one more time, it's already into that ping-pong scenario, and you can easily close that gap onto Ithaca College White. For right now, though, saying we'll play it a little bit slower, we're going to play it a little bit more standard, and understand that if we get that pick, we can kick things off from there.
Payne, able to win that one out. I like this from Ithaca. They've rotated their positions around, and you can tell that the Gothic Knights are not too sure which agents to suspect on each of them. Usually, Teammate Payne has just been playing that A long reach, and they knew that Reyna was always going to be there, but this time around, just decided to play B instead. JC falls down, but Payne holds it down for a second as Dichotomy finds the headshot. Null command going to be activated. Haunt going in onto the back of the site to get that information, and this should be the spike down, but Kuhaku is fearless, looking for it, but Lukey Boogie with the Phantom. Phantom gamers in the chat, toss out those W's, because the Phantom works much better at close range.
Oh, and even the scout out. Oh, this one hurts for Ithaca College, right? This one, it has to hurt. You are now being spotted out. You are being chased. You are completely caught in this zone of just absolute AoE, even a flashbang going out there. And another one, just consistent flashbangs. And Lukey Pookie's like, yeah, give me a chance here. You are going to die. The question mark is how are you going to die? Are you going to get caught in the crossfire? You're going to be killed while grabbing one more, and Dichotomy just goes ahead and flourishes over to Deranged Bangs, who falls as well. This is going to put them at 8 as Gothic Knights are just 1 away from tying up Ithaca College.
Yeah, Ithaca College were only able to win 1 round in this half thus far. and it was the one where they had the gun advantage. I could see that Deranged Bangs was thinking about potentially using that res on that last round, but everybody was just on the other side. So the Gothic Knights, they could just be very comfortable in the position. We saw them hold that post plant in the very first round, and we saw something like it just again. And there's a reason why they do it. It's because it's so darn good at watching all the different angles. Now, Tour de Force coming in from Ithaca. They're going, okay, alright, never mind. Tour de Force not going to be coming out from Ithaca, as Wowie has already found the kill, bringing an operator into this round. The barrier orb already getting shot down, and now the Gothic Knights are slowly making their way onto that A site and use that haunt for some information.
I mean, just a little bit, right? Just trying to spot out anyone. And Deranged Bangs is like, listen, I'm trying not to give anything away. A little bit of a molly goes out, and that was Looky Pookie going, hey, my feet might not actually burn, but I still dislike this motion. Can you stop, please? It's a Gothic Knights playing it fairly slow, saying, hey, we got a few. And then the long frag on C means that they're going to try and give this a shot. If they do play this nice and slow, Ithaca College should be none the wiser, and a free plant should happen.
They're going to pick up the ultimate orb. At this point, Gothic Knights have to realize that Ithaca are aware of what's going on. This is going to be interesting. They're swapping up their guns, so Ben is going to be playing long operator watch, while Wowie does have that Vandal in hand. Looky Pookie still holding it down on B, is able to actually pick up one on the flank. So now Disgraceful goes into the plant. The haunt comes in, immediately shot out, and now JC, Stinger in hand, doesn't expect Wowie to go for the swing there. And now Jappel has been spotted out as well, is able to find one, but probably just going to look for the rifle. Wowie says, no, you don't even get a rifle out of this one, bud. And that's going to be all tied up 9-9 now.
I would just like to point out, Looky Pookie played the lurk position perfectly, right? That was initial frag, and then in mid, in B, I don't know if you watched the minimap at all. I was curious because we did see, I think it was Deranged Bangs kind of quietly coming up B. Took a couple pot shots at Looky Pookie, and Looky Pookie 180 just domed them. That was... It was such a rude movement, and that's why we actually didn't see Ithaca College be able to pull off the perfect retake, right? That would have been a perfect retake if Deranged Bangs was there, I think. They would have had a much better opportunity, but it just wasn't available at the time. So tied up, as you said, Ithaca College. White feeling a little bit of pressure here. And then again.
Wowie has been so consistent with this operator, at least on these last couple of rounds, finding the first pick.
Waiting.
And now you can just tell Ithaca College aren't sure what to do. To be fair, they do have 4 of their ultimates online, but this isn't one of those games that you can just press the ultimate key and expect to win a round. You have to use it smart, and unfortunately, you have to wait for the good opportunity for that to happen. We're going to be seeing Payne able to find Looky Pookie, but already, Gothic Knights have almost made their way completely onto A, just Jappel in the back line, unaware of what's just on the other side of these boxes.
I am fully convinced that these teams do not have any defensive abilities, but that is going to be the revive here. Ben SB is going to go ahead and find that one, but down to a 4v4. These teams are still ready to duke it out. Ben SB trying to listen, and it's 3-4 members chasing it on the backside of A. And in comes that Nightfall going through, trying to cover as much ground as possible. Dichotomy not too worried about it.
Oh, and all 4 members were tagged up by that haunt. That is such good information. The Prowler's going to be coming through, a nasty headshot. But it doesn't matter. The rest of the Gothic Knights are able to clap back. Payne able to pick one up as well. The Bladestorm gets expended. Disgraceful. Now going to be just pressuring. There's not enough time on the spike anymore. Payne able to find Ben SB. Now has to go for the defuses. Payne walks forwards. Can't win the duel. And as a result, Disgraceful's just able to walk that one forwards. I'm not even sure if there was enough time for that spike to get fully defused. But still, Gothic Knights on this attack have been almost flawless.
I want to give him the benefit of the doubt and say yes. Like, if we didn't see Disgraceful chase up, it would have been game over, right? Like, that would have been the round over. So well done by Gothic Knights to be able to carry that one in. Ithaca College, though, this is, again, these teams, and why I said the statement I did earlier is it feels like these two teams do not do well initially defending their sites, right? Almost consistently, we are seeing plants and diffuses from both sides unless they're on the attack, and it's kind of worrying, right? For teams, you want to be able to hang on to a site and be able to break that first line of attackers. And it's not been shown to be proven, so Gothic Knight's going to go ahead and chase into A once again. Just hard push, zero cares. And it's Ithaca College White. They're going to have to try and break through on their own once again.
Spike planted.
Here we go. 4 members just outside. An orbital strike still online for Ithaca. But okay, never
Ooh.
mind. Only 2v4. Wowie playing so aggressive. Says, watch this. Doesn't even have the knives and makes that one count. This Vandal player has been absolutely phenomenal. Not only finding those first picks in the round with the operator, but also just so consistent on the frags as well. And yeah, Kukaku can't find anything. A flawless round coming in from the Gothic Knights, only 2 rounds away from closing Ithaca out on their own map choice.
And this is gonna hurt, right? We keep saying it over and over again. If Ithaca College loses this one, it's a heavy blow. It's one that they do not want to deal with, and the next one going to Ascent. If Gothic Knights feel pretty good about it, if they carry the momentum and have played Ascent quite a bit, you're in a lot of trouble. Top Fragger Payne, though, saying, hey, this might just be a warm-up. I'm going to try my best to continue being that aggressive duelist that my team needs. So with 1 second left on the timer, we're underway with what could be putting Gothic Knights at match game point. Looks like they're deciding to go B, saying, hey, this is the spot to go. No command called out.
Here we go, the haunt goes in. JC doesn't even try and fight it, and as a result, the information is given away. Already down, it's going to be a nice, clean plant off one ultimate. And of course, a couple of those stars. Kuaku goes through. Ben SB in the air, finds one. Payne just going to walk through that Cypher Trap, doesn't hear the information. And yeah, this is just a clear play from the Gothic Knights. An orbital strike being dropped on the point. Unfortunately, doesn't find too much value. And now it's all up to Payne. And never mind, okay, just up to Jappel to take this 1v5. Spots one person out, can't capitalize on the kill, and the swing from Lukey Boogie comes through. And it's going to be a flawless round for the Gothic Knights to take this map to map point.
You know, if Jappel was actually a Gapple, Golden Apple, that would have been way better. You know, would have been able to survive, would have been much more important there. But nope, just a Jappel. Feels bad. Gothic Knights, so far, though, on a map point, and I mean, it has to be, you have to take a look at Wowie, right? Wowie on this jet has been on point. One kill off of a, well, I mean, even with the assist, I think that's a 2.0 KDA in this game alone, right? Like, that is phenomenal. Every single player on that roster currently hitting double-digit kills, and they are showing off that they are a strong team to beat. They have not, you know, really had that opportunity, and so now they're going to try and play this as hard as possible. Wowie chasing in, and JC in the back. If you don't sweep your corners, you are dead, and Wowie said, don't worry, I got it.
And this is what's so hard about this defense. Ithaca have no tools to try and slow the Gothic Knights down. No flashes, limited smokes. It makes it so difficult. Now Kukaku coming in on the flank. The information is already given. A Prowler is going to be flying through. But this 3v4 retake has to happen. Ithaca are on their last legs here, Orbital. And now Jappel's going to be going around the side as Wowie. Crosshair placement is on point. Blade Storm activated. Wowie is feeling themselves right now. Looks for it.
Yes!
Yet one more. And now it's all up to Kukaku. 4v5. Gonna get Nightfall. Can't hear anything as well. And is just gonna decide to run away. There's not even enough time for this defuse. What a showcase from the Gothic Knights on this attack.
No, see, this is BM. This is BM by Kahaku. This is so BM. You aren't allowed to do that. No, I digress on that one. So wrong by Kuhaku. You give that ace. You give that ace over. You be a good player. Not cool, not cool. But anyway, it was, again, Gothic Knights that really did show off a lot of what they had to offer, right? Yeah. Well-coordinated team fights, and also a reliance on utility. I think you called it earlier, both teams felt like they liked to play around that utility. They liked to play around, you know, the smokes, the abilities, the Nightfall especially. And it really did come out to showcase itself in front of everyone. Right? Both teams, whenever they had that utility, they felt much stronger. That you could almost sense the confidence oozing off of them.
Yeah, and I think it was that level of confident play that really just defined both of these teams' attacking styles. Obviously, we saw Ithaca first on the attack doing a pretty darn good job and feeling so confident, walking in, clearing all the corners. The utility placement was perfect. It's just so textbook. But then we saw the exact same thing actually come out from NJCU. You know, these Gothic Knights were like, all right, we're going to play this one to a T. And it was a lot more explosive. And that waning in confidence seems like it really just started to toll Ithaca towards the end of that map. So the Gothic Knights are able to just steal that first map away from them.
I wouldn't even say steal. They earned it, right? At the end of the day, they earned it. Yes, map pick and all that stuff. But let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Haven, it's a map everyone plays. If you don't play it, we got some questions for you. Splits out of the bank. We're going to Ascent next, and these teams are going to talk about it as well and figure out how they want to keep moving forward. Right now, NJCU Gothic Knights currently sitting at a 1-0. Want to try and close it out 2-0 without going to Fracture. We'll see if Ithaca College White can come up with some sort of response. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everyone. We're ready to go for game number 2. What could be a chance for the ever so amazing Ithaca College White Squad to get a winning series record on their board? Currently sitting at an 0-2 up against NJCU Gothic Knights B, who on their map pick fell to the overpowering aggression, I guess, of Ithaca College. So this is going to be an interesting ascent into what could be a series win. I lost it. I tried so hard, and it just fell flat. But it's going to be a very amazing, amazing map, is what we're hoping to see.
Yeah, so we are going to be moving to our next map now, which is NJCU Gothic Knights' map pick, and that is going to be Ascent. So we're already seeing some of these agents that are being selected here. As we know, NJCU won map number 1, so they're looking to close out this series, pack it up, make it a nice 2-0 victory here, and just based on some of these compositions alone, we're seeing once again TNA Pain lock in a Reyna. To me, that means that this is a very comfortable pick for Pain to continue to make that decision. While we're seeing a lot more of a standard style of Ascent gameplay coming out from the Knights. Obviously, when you look at bringing in that Jet, bringing in that Killjoy, bringing in a KO, and while Sova was a really big mainstay, Sova's been more or less rotated out so that a Fade can come in, because a lot of these closer quarters just really works so well with Fade's utility.
Yeah, this is going to be a chance. We got a taste of the Fades earlier. I was very, very impressed with what the teams had to offer right now, and I want to see if they can do it again, right? This is going to be very, very fun to see. This is going to be a chance for them to give us another taste of what we could see the whole season, and we're hoping that they can continue. I know right now I think we're seeing Breeze. Am I crazy here? Okay. Cinematics of all. My brain is lost in everything. It's lost in the sauce. But
there's
again,
just so many points of stimulus that are just happening.
It is. It's flashing before my eyes. It's over and over again. But I love the Fade coming out here. Yeah. I am curious if we get another Reyna to come out though, because the Reyna had a little bit of a large linchpin. I was actually mildly surprised at how well it worked with them.
And actually, let's talk a little bit more about Reyna's kit, because I think that, as we know, if you're paying attention to kind of the greater Valorant scene, they're making some changes to Reyna's kit in order to make her a little bit more offensive in just being able to support herself. Currently, how Reyna is built is you are going in and you are relying on being able to pick up a kill. If you pick up a kill, you know, you can do the suck and get a little bit of life and be like, woohoo, overhealth. Or if you can get the kill and then get the dismiss away. And usually what we see happen is Reynas will go in, get a couple of kills, not choose what they want to do with the orbs just quite yet until they need to do something. So, for example, if I walk in and, I gun somebody down, but someone swings in on the left of me, I'm going to try and flick over and try to secure that kill, but if I miss my first couple of shots, I just want to grab the dismiss and get out of there. So Reyna is built to almost be a very independent unit that thrives off of kills. What we need to see is Ithaca being able to support that with a little bit more utility. Whether or not it's just a couple of flashes, whether or not it's just having other bodies, you have to set your Reyna up to kill. Otherwise, you're just not getting the same value that you could out of that Reyna pick.
Yeah, and I mean, against the likes of Wowie, who put up a ridiculous show. Yeah. There, it was ridiculous. We were talking about over a 25 bomb. We were talking about, like, the 2-0, 2.0 KDA and in there and rocking it at the very end was Eclipse in that final round, right? If you want to take on this style of fighter, it's gonna be difficult. And again, Wowie's right back onto that duelist, right back onto that Jet, and now we are gonna see that lockdown of the Killjoy coming in as well on that side. So Disgraceful backing up the rest of the team, and taking a look on the other side, Pain is going to go with that Reyna once again. So another battle of the duelists, and hopefully we get to see some very fun moments break out once again.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we highlighted Wowie so much on that last map, and honestly, leading the team in on that offense, I think is the best way to do it. The reason why you bring a duelist into your composition is that you want them to be able to just go in and get a lot of space. You want to see them take over the map and really just make the defenders have to look the other way in order to figure out, oh no, what is going on? And Wowie was doing a great job of that. also too just kind of finding picks left and right. That's what you want to see your Jet start to do. We haven't seen that level of play come necessarily out of Ithaca College. Once again, this is a new map. Interesting composition that they're actually bringing into this. They're going to bring a Sky as well as a Sage in addition to that Astra. I've seen the Astra pick time and time again on this map, but I do think that Sky has been rotated out a little bit. So I'm wondering if this is still, once again, we're just seeing that player comfortability be a factor in how Ithaca are planning their attacks.
Yeah, and combined with that is Kahaku, who is again on that chamber, right? And it's surprising to say because for Ithaca College, they are the ones running that chamber, that kind of mainstay there with that sniper, with some of those rendezvous, and the overall power it can bring versus the likes of NJCU Gothic Knights, who have not run it once, right? This has been almost completely their own kind of style of meta. Kahaku was also another beast on the side of Ithaca College that could be elevated to the same status as Pain without using that type of duelist, and so maybe doubling down or almost tripling down on kind of this utility backend will allow the two stars to almost shine, because Kahaku and Pain were the two rivaling for the top KDA spots on their side of the bracket. So very, very curious how both sides are going to try and play this out and dance it out as well as possible here on Ascent.
And okay, I gotta ask you, Orbital, do you think Chamber is a duelist or a sentinel? Because I've got thoughts about this debate.
At this point, it's both and more. That's all I'm gonna say. It's both and more. It's like they overloaded the man's kit, and I mean, right there, you can see it, right? Kahaku just said, yeah, this is why I'm both. Give me the respect I deserve.
Yeah, exactly. And now the Gothic Knights are going to be able to just storm in onto that site. And most notably, especially on this first round, keeping that Killjoy alive makes this post plant so much easier. It's so hard to sweep off those mines from the actual site itself if you've only got pistols. Both of the storm grenades are going to be grouped up, so there is a possibility. But Ithaca College White have to get these kills. Kahaku going to be starting that one out, but Wowie trades it back onto Pain. Wowie just absolutely finding all the headsies, actually. And now it's just going to be a 2v3 here. Wowie is pinged up. No Sage heals online as Japple is going to be swinging around the corner. They still have that Sky utility. Could play around that, but I think it is quite limited. Japple able to pick up Wowie. Now the overgrowth is going to be happening. Never mind. No Sky utility for them. The Haunt, though, gives all the information that they need. Killjoy still into the back of the site. Running out of time here. Dichotomy. It's almost like misconnections happening on the site, and now, okay, it's just going to be a sweep up, and that is going to be a very clean first round coming in from the Gothic Knights.
And again, the same theme as before. No one's left alive after the round is done, right? Like, that is, I feel the theme between these two teams. No one gets to live. It is going to be that close almost every single round, and I love it, right? Again, that does benefit NJCU a little bit more, right? In the opening pistol round, they get all the frags that they want. They leave two unawares, and they're perfectly happy about that. Taking a look forward, though, this is going to lend itself to, again, Wowie off to a great start, right? Three orbs to their name, already running in with a Spectre. 1-1. Wowie has a chance to continue to kind of take control of this game, especially with the NJCU Gothic Knights chasing into this A site with only one real defender. Ithaca College going, I don't know what we can do. The rest of the team trying to scramble forward, but you're up against the doorway. So a quick plant by Gothic Knights gives way to a retake.
Okay, Guiding Light going to be coming through. Wowie. You think just for a second here. Looky Boogie actually goes around, and TNA Pain is going to be bringing the pain. Able to find one pick. Still can't scoop up that rifle because just who's on the other side. It's Wowie. Has to be careful, though. The attackers are coming in now from heaven as well. Still able to stay alive as Ben finds two little cheeky picks. And now just the Cloudburst tossed in as well. They have to go through it. Kahaku is already down, and now it's just going to be a nice cleanup. The Gothic Knights, more importantly, keep three of their members alive, so they will be trying to bonus into this next round, I imagine.
And I give props to Ben SB on that one, right? Huge props on keeping the back of Wowie covered. Wowie was caught between a rock and a hard place, right? Heaven was shooting as well as Garden. Like, both of those were swinging on this poor Jet over and over. And Ben SB is like, don't take my duelist away. Was able to frag out on two up above, leaving only the Garden doorway to cover. And again, the fast push by Gothic Knights on what was, again, an anti-eco for them. It felt great to carry over that many players, and now you get a chance at, again, Gothic Knights to try and fight this out in good standing and maybe even steal away a third round in a row.
Ooh, and now Wowie has the Blade Storm activated. So smart, just added a lot of pressure, so TNA Pain couldn't even go for that. They know that they have to respect Wowie. But the Gothic Knights Their attack is just so coordinated, but I'm not sure if they're expecting this flank. Not at all. Kuhaku is able to just find Lukey Pookie looking the wrong way. And now this attack is going to be a lot more difficult. Still, they were able to take out the Astra, which will allow them to be able to maneuver onto sites without having to worry about any of the smokes. The call has been made. They're going to be starting to push, but they have to be careful across mid. Deranged Bangs is watching the angle, but just misses the headshot. Is able to pick up information, though.
Blinded.
Yeah. Deranged Bangs, she's going, give me that chance and I'll take you
Oh,
away.
but
Knives out. It's fake knives only here. Ridiculous shot, and now Payne just like, I got it. Don't wait. I'll lock him down over here. Hiding along that corner, and Gothic Knights are like, well, crap. What do we do here? Just 2 left alive. Well played by Ithaca College White, right? All the way around, they've only lost 1 player so far, and they've corralled the Gothic Knights into this corridor where they don't really have a choice. They were hoping to rotate out, but with mid completely covered, they don't have a choice but try to push into A.
Here we go. Economy tries to challenge that, but Japple's on the back of the site, so a team ace comes through from Ithaca College on their buy round. Will history repeat itself is going to be the question. We saw this happen the last time that the Gothic Knights were on the attack. Ithaca College only were able to secure that gun round where they had a weapon advantage. Now the Gothic Knights are going to be able to buy up, and I'm going to be honest with you, their attacks when they make it onto site are incredibly coordinated. So Ithaca College have to find an early pick if they want to shut this offense down.
Yeah, and it was, again, the battle of the spears, right? These 2 teams, and we see it with Gothic Knights. We'll also see it with Ithaca College, right? We'll see them be very aggressive. We'll see them be pushing up and using that utility. It's like whoever gets the advantage first on the push will gain control of this round. That is how it's going to go down, and the teams are not very good at reacting to those sorts of actions. So at this point, it's Ithaca College. Can they react appropriately? Can they pick up a few more rounds and kind of bully back at the end of the day? If they can, that's great. If they can't, well, tough road to have them. Payne said, yeah, I can react. Don't worry. Give me about 2 seconds, and I'll show you whose head I'm going to take.
I do want to highlight, though, the Gothic Knights have been extremely good at being able to pick up these ultimate orbs. So they're getting themselves closer and closer to having things to work with, like this null command. We'll be engaging in now, immediately just spraying down Payne. Japple's able to find one, but it's okay, because now that the site is clear, they should be able to get that resurrection online as soon as the door gets closed. Dichotomy spots one out. Last bullet able to find Deranged Bangs, and now it's going to be 1v4 as Lukey Pookie is brought back into the fight. JC has to go up against the world, and it's not looking too good. The gun barrel is going to be the first thing that exits, but the gun comes through, and Ben actually finds a spray through the smoke. He's got the heat vision goggles on, and just like that, the Gothic Knights find themselves yet another round.
I like how both of them, BenSB was getting shot like in the toes as they were battling it out, and was like, stop it, just stop it right now, and it took some shots back. So well fought by NJCU as they're now on 3, and it was a clean one, right? We have not seen this from either team just yet. We haven't really seen them have a good run of rounds. We've seen the Gothic Knights have a run at the end of game number 1. We have not seen a consistent run of rounds where you see the opponent completely shut out of gold. So this is a chance. NJCU, you know that College are sitting on a weak buy, but the weak buy does not necessarily mean the team is weak. 2 for 1 bargain special. Gothic Knights down to 3.
Yeah, and they lose that Cosmic Divide for the defenders. I think it's still okay if you are the Gothic Knights. I think like coming in here. BenSB just tagged out for a second. Watching Market. Oh, geez. Kuhaku, if only he had a little bit of a bigger sniper rifle, that could have been a kill. But now the site is going to be taken over by the Gothic Knights. They should be able to get the plant down as a Prowler comes through Japple as well. So this is going to be 3v3 on the retake. Not impossible, but Payne needs to come alive on this one.
I mean, they're definitely going to give it a shot, but it's going to be close quarters battle, which actually benefits Ithaca College a little bit, I think. This is going to be a chance for them. BenSB is going to lay down the star right in front and have the gun not out, but is able to get the headshot off. Payne is met with a lot of pain, and he's it all to the face. Japple tries to follow through and follows through after Kuhaku, and Japple is able to trade it to 1v1. Got to go quickly, though. Time is ticking away. Dichotomy trying to throw it a little wrench in the plans and says, hey, give me that 3K. NJCU, once again, left with one alive. With the Nightfall in hand, is able to push to a 4th.
And this is something, once again, if we want to talk about pushing Gothic Knights into uncomfortable scenarios, That is how you do it. Ithaca have to play a little bit more creative positions, have to catch Gothic Knights off guard. One of the problems we saw on Haven was Gothic Knights started to figure out where they like to hang out, and we're like, oh, okay, we know they're there. Okay, we'll just do something about that when we walk in, and it'll be fine. Back to the matter, that last round, the reason why it worked out was because Gothic Knights were caught off guard by some of the positioning. They have to keep this up. Kuhaku now has the tour de force just around the corner, but that null command, or sorry, 0 point shuts it down. It's going to force the rendezvous away into the back of the site there, but still, nothing just quite yet. Dichotomy is swinging up above, Haunt in hand, knows that, and yeah, it's going to be a bit of information given. Still though, Gothic Knights have not decided where they want to go yet.
I mean, I like the fact that they're trying to tease mid again, which we have not seen them go mid almost at all, right? Either of the pushes that Gothic Knights have been choosing to go for have been consistently outside, and this time around they might be able to catch them unawares, but Deranged Bang says, no, you really didn't. However, the damage is still done. Gothic Knights able to take 2 away. Ithaca College down to 3 members alive.
It's going to be 3v3 on this retake. A lockdown is available, though, for Disgraceful. There's a little bit more tools to work with. Cosmic Divide is going to be coming in from the defenders. Let's see where they want to post up. We're going to be seeing Disgraceful go down. Unfortunately, that's going to give a lot of information, though. I imagine that Ithaca are going to try and make this happen. Disgraceful finding one. The lockdown is down, though. JC just on the other side. Now it's a 1v2 scenario. JC doesn't realize someone is up in heaven as well. Is able to find the first pick. Is just going to run for it. But now the spray through happens, so JC has to try and win this 1v1. Looky Pokey with the swing through, and the Phantom wins that one out. Gothic Knights with yet another round, but it's getting closer and closer, Orbital.
I mean, we can say that all we want, but at the end of the day, it is Gothic Knights that, you know, prep appropriately. They're given so much space to work with on the sites for the retake defense. And every time one of these teams is given time to prep, it feels like they take off, right? Gothic Knights have been allowed to consistently win these fights because either the utility gave them the main advantage at the end of the day, or the player advantage, or they're using that utility at the same time to just frag out. So, I mean, Gothic Knights are giving us a slight clinic on if you are even in terms of skill, utility will win you the game outright. And I mean, of course, it's only 5-1. It's not like the end of the world, but I mean, it feels so overbearing how the Gothic Knights are always coming out on top with a single kill, right?
Yep, and they learned. That's the most important part. Last time, that angle was rewarded with 2 kills. This time, nothing. Such smart play off of there, but Wowie now watching it is able to spot one out, finds the kill under Deranged Bangs, and that's going to make it a little bit easier. Ben, just on the better side of JC, has Disgraceful for a little bit of backup. Now it's 2v3. The Gothic Knights have full access to B, so they're going to get that spike down. And Ben, just turned around at the wrong second, almost spotted Kuhaku out, but still manages to find the kill.
And we did say that we knew Ithaca College were hoping to bank on their attacking side. Both these teams like to attack a lot. The thing is, you're not leaving yourself a very large safety net right now. Gothic Knights just feels so in control and so dominant wherever they're willing to go, and it feels great, right? Again, this is them saying we're laying down the law. We are saying this is our map to take. This is our side of the map pool, and you got to play to our beat. If you're not willing to keep pace, you're going to be kicked out of the orchestra.
Yeah, and you can already see that reflected in the economy of Ithaca. Last round they have to buy. This round they're able to buy up, but they're basically almost out of money just off of this single round. Meanwhile, the NJCU Gothic Knights are looking like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They've got so much money in their pockets. Even if they lose a round, it's not going to matter that much. They're still going to be able to afford full rifles. And 3 ultimates are now going to be online for Ithaca College. Their impact, unfortunately, not going to be the best. I think the Resurrection could be pretty good, and the Seekers as well, but they have to be used very tactically. Versus the Gothic Knights, that Nightfall could be devastating and allow them to just walk their way on the site with all the information in the world.
Oof. Well, you know what? It can be useful. However, Payne said, you're going to take some before we do get into the site. It is given over, though. They lose 1 on the entry. It's a 5v4 to break things out in the Nightfall. Now, going to start wearing off. Now the Seekers go out as Luki Pookie is stunned up right outside of that doorway. And Kuhaku did eat a lot of damage. 7 HP left. Now around the corner, Deranged is able to grab 1. Payne finds Dichotomy, but Disgraceful is able to find Deranged Bangs. 2v4. Jump down from heaven, and heaven brings the pain. It's Ben SB, though, to swing it right back, and now Astra on Astra action. But the defuse is going on. No, Ben, you didn't hear the defuse go off. And JC, a pro at not letting off that diffuser.
Oh man, JC, such an intelligent player. She knew there was no way Ben was gonna do that. You expect somebody to fake it, but guess what? Pros don't fake, and JC looking like a bit of a pro for herself. Great job, able to secure that second round off of the defuse. It was a little bit expensive from Ithaca. They did have to dump in a couple of ultimates there, but still. It all kind of worked out for them in the end. They need these rounds, and once again, the economy of the Gothic Knights is going to be fine. They're able to afford everything that they need, and on top of that too, they still have a Blade Storm in their pocket from WoWie, so even if they were a little bit disadvantaged, WoWie could just pop the blades, and well, we've seen WoWie get multi-kills with it, so I think that's pretty telling. Still though, this time, they're getting a lot of mid control. Kuhaku holding it down.
They found my trap.
They're going to try their best to do it. Looky Pookie says, looky here. Good swing on one, and now the attacker lockdown. One that was knocked out last time. Gothic Knights actually pull it out early. Gonna try and get as many as possible, and is allowed to pick up so many. JC in the corner as well picks up 2. It's 4 dead, as Ben SB is the last one alive. Even with 2 players detained, you can't do too much about it, right? The rest of the team is calling in. Ben SB gonna try and hold it down. Still have to get that spike down, but through the wall, Kuhaku says you don't get a chance. Ithaca College White in the last 2 rounds are able to bite back.
Gothic Knights, they don't check. They don't check. They're so confident about where they think that Ithaca College are going to be playing that they just assume that all the other places are probably all right. And once again, we saw this a little bit earlier in this half. Ithaca College, they just put a couple other players in different positions, and they're able to get rewarded with multi-kills. Of course, I have to give Payne a shout-out, able to find a multi-kill on the actual B site itself, and once again, really allowing that Reyna kit to flourish, enabled in getting those picks. But now, it's going to be the Blade Sword coming out. The Gothic Knights not fully able to afford all of their weapons. Let's see how this round plays out. They do have a null command to use, though, but JC just finds Ben with a random spray through. That's a certified feels bad, man.
Oh, well, you know what feels even worse is WoWie missing most of the knives to range, able to empty the rest of the clip and be fine, right? That one had to hurt as well. Gothic Knights sitting on 2 dead and not too many ultimates to work with as well. Yes, the KO has a null command, but you're all spread out pretty dang far, right? You can see the spike all the way on B. And I mean, if they're forced into going to B, that might be an opportunity because you only see 1 defender there. But they don't know that, right? Gothic Knights in a little bit of a tough spot. Gonna have to play a little bit more forward or a little bit more willing to go for those awkward swings. They are gonna make it though. So again, 1 defender on B. Let's see what Ithaca College decide to try and play out.
Very slow pace, but economy finds 2, ain't able to find 2. Now it's just all up to Disgraceful.
30 seconds
Might
left.
actually opt to just save the rifle. Looks like it's actually Disgraceful is just going to be going for it anyways. At least, you know, scoop up a couple of kills. This has been great for the college so far. They've just been, you know what? I think that's now 3 in a row that they've been able to secure. So this is a really good momentum shifter. Yeah, 3 in a row for this team. They need to be able to do this. Only 2 more rounds left in this half. They have to get as many rounds as they can now. And if they're even able to tie it up, then the Gothic Knights might be in a spot where they're a little bit more uncomfortable.
Yeah, and remember, this is actually how Gothic Knights were able to win game number 1, right? They were able to defend decently well, and I think we did end at a 4-8 last time as well, right? It was a very just kind of safe number for their side. A 4-round safety net is perfect if you're a squad that is more used to attacking. So I think College White might be taking a page out of their book and saying, hey, we only need the safety net. We're going to be fine. We'll go ahead and run you up a couple rounds as well. JC just saying, let me hold down B. This time only getting 1, though. Looky Pookie was ready for the rebuttal.
And now they're going to close the door. They should be able to get that spike down quick. And honestly, this is a very solid attack, given the fact that it is a little bit of a save round coming in from the Gothic Knights. They're able to set themselves up. Most importantly, they have to keep Disgraceful alive. If she's still around, that's going to be great utility to solve things out.
Payne's in the Empress, but if you don't check the corner, you are dead. But you do. You're not going to make the same mistake that Gothic Knights did earlier. Able to swap one down. In comes the Astral Divide, and now you're all kind of locked into a spot. Able to walk forward, though. Deranged Bangs realizes someone's on the other side of the door. Get chased away on their own turret. +1. Swing left to right. Ben SB says, yeah, you got to pick one target. You can't shoot both at the same time.
Oh, doesn't realize that there's 2 on site. Pain is able to get 1 kill. Kuwaku just kind of running it down. I think that was a little bit of a drive-by. Got chomped on by that Prowler. And plenty of time to defuse. But honestly, that was looking like a pretty solid defense coming in from the Gothic Knights originally. I like their post positioning, playing off of that Cosmic Divide. But once again, it was just the confidence that we saw the retakers coming in with that allowed them to get that win. Now it's the last round. I think it's confident to say that Ithaca have started to pull this one back. That's 4 rounds in a row now. Only 1 round separating these 2 teams.
And that has to feel great, right? Game number 1, you had a lot of confidence before moving into the second half, and then you got kind of bullied out. But this time around, if you can end even, it kind of hard resets, right? And I want to see what they can do with that awesome offensive. JC has definitely stepped up in this map alone, right? Really big playmaker on the side of the defense and really holding it down wherever they decide to try and play. Now playing towards that mid and 2 walking towards catwalk. If you're able to spot them out, if you're able to help out your team, that could be a huge chance to break open an opportunity. But deranged bangs right now hiding inside of the smoke, and JC, as I was saying, clearing out 1, looking for 1 more.
Yeah, JC, she does not care. Just walks through. Anyways, oh no, now the punish might actually come through here. Ben is able to scoop up that kill. Might have been a little bit too aggressive. Now Pain is the one who has to try and hold that out, but now the Cosmic Divide is offline. The Gothic Knights, though, still have that null command. Lukey Pookie could do a good job at least getting them in onto site and potentially take this 7-5. Let's see if they want to go for the ultimate orb or just play this one quiet.
At this point, if you wait another 10 seconds, you got to go storming in like you got a Lambo riding into that parking lot. I mean, that's what you got to wait for. So they'll take it. They'll take it quiet for the time. They'll take it quietly for the time. But all right, setting up the turret in the back. Yeah, null command goes down. Pain and Jappel go ahead, grab 1 each, and Disgraceful follows through, but a quick 2 on the back end. Jappel and Pain finish it off.
Wow, and such good positioning coming in from the Ithaca College players. They set up their crossfires, and basically Gothic Knights just walked into a trap. Unfortunately, they didn't have all the utility that they probably wanted to make that a lot more of a cleaner site execute. Usually we see the flash go in, and then you smoke off the areas, and then it's a lot easier to just kind of crack that egg, but unfortunately, you know, time is crunching down. You pop the null command, probably a little bit low on utility. It makes it a lot more difficult for that team to flourish. So it's going to be 6-6 in the half. Let's see how the Gothic Knights defense works. I actually think that they should look a little bit better than Ithaca College, simply just based off of that Killjoy. But I don't know, Ithaca College has looked great on attack previously.
Yeah, I mean, it's a chance, right? That's really all it comes down to. It's an opportunity for them. It's a hard reset of the mental saying, okay, we're back to ground zero, right? We're back to square one. Let's play it out like it's our game to win. And JC, again, getting blinded out there on this start on the alley, and it's a hard chase by Gothic Knights. They said, hey, look, we know that you are an aggressive squad, but the defense can get aggressive too. Wipe out 2 and are now chasing 1 more.
Yeah, and that fragment is just going to give so much time for them to be able to start to get these flanks going. Dichotomy now in a great position, going to challenge Pain, but Pain finds a cheeky little headshot there as the ranged bangs falls. Kuwaku got some information, is still going completely unchecked, but Pain has to make the swing happen. 2 people watching a crossfire. That one is going to be tough. No more Lears left in the pocket. Let's see. Oh, and then just for good measure. Yeah, okay, now they know that somebody's close by.
You ever been utiled out of a round? That's what it sometimes feels like. Everyone just kind of tossing down everything. The good old Sage Wall into Molly over the top is one of my favorites. But right now, Wowie just like, yeah, I'll take this one. Kuhaku, one of the good fraggers on the other side, is now going to get lit up like a Christmas tree. 3 members rounded the corner with pistols in your face. Yeah, can't do too much about it. Gothic Knights with an aggressive pistol round. Take their 3rd in the overall series and are looking to push themselves up 1 more round.
And I just have to say, Wowie and Lukey Pookie it looks like they're starting in a buddy cop movie with how that round went. They were playing off of each other so well. Lukey Pookie providing all the utility support while Wowie just kind of went in, is the one who's all flashy while Lukey Pookie is doing things textbook. And that's why that aggressive defense was able to flourish. They played off together so well and got 3 kills as a result, locking down the spike. And yeah, that's immediately going to make Ithaca College rethink whether or not they want to go on to A, but they're going to be walking into Killjoy's playground if they move things forward. Wowie already gets a pick into the back. It's so aggressive, and already in the back finds yet another. Wowie cannot be stopped, nor can the rest of the squad.
You always expect it in the second round. It's always a question of how hard is it going to be. I mean, it's fairly decent, right? Losing one JC is just like, you know what, I'll take it. One dead, no plant, no extra money handed over to Ithaca College White. And now it's weapons hot, right? We do see a shorty in Ben SB's pocket. I don't think that's going to stay for any time here. It's going to go ahead and sell all that and maybe go pick up something else. But again, full weapons hot for the side of Ithaca College White. And now they get a chance, right? Now they get a chance to fully aggress. And it looks like they're going to set up on a mid flank. Possibly a mid-A positioning, and if they do, they'll possibly find some really nice opportunities. They have not been the ones to regress just yet, and this is partially why, right? The immediate suppression coming out here and doesn't really catch anyone.
And this is good discipline coming in from the Gothic Knights. This time they're slowing things down. And you can tell Ithaca College is like, all right, we'll just wait for Wowie to pop. We're going to be fine. We've got all of our people watching here. But actually, nobody. It's just around the corner. So Pain going to be taking point first. Wowie hanging out in wine. They're going to now start to move forwards here. But that could allow for the timing. KO has it out there. The flash goes live and they swing out and all four members are actually stunned up. Wowie goes right back into wine. Is going to be going in. Activates the tailwind. Has to get a little bit of support. So a Prowler is going to come in from Dichotomy. The Hunt already expended. But they did a good enough job to slow them down completely. And the Prowler still gets more information. As now Deranged Bangs is in a bit of a weird spot. But able to escape. So far so good coming in from the Gothic Knights.
You know what, Marks? You say it was an okay move. I say that was great from Gothic Knights. They swung at the same time, blinded four. In any other scenario, that would have been a wipe of 2 on Gothic Knights' side, right? Any other situation. And yet, the turn was perfect. They only lose 1. I mean, they slowed it down a heck of a time. But Wowie and Dichotomy are able to turn it right back. Gothic Knights are on the verge of sweeping 3 in a row here in the second half.
Yeah, and the spike is being run over to that B side. More than enough time for Pain to be able to get that spike down. But it is going to be 2v1. Pain also has those 2 Leers available. Has to play a little bit more creatively. I'm looking at Dichotomy. If Dichotomy wins, then okay. Yeah, there we go. I was about to say the utility from the Fade can give a lot of information. But, you know, also too, Dichotomy can just shoot the gun. And the gun go boom. And the person go die. And then the spike get defused.
This, I mean... I want to run it all the way back, right? Because NJCU did something that is, I want to say, fairly difficult to pull off, right? So on their A side defense, they peaked twice, right? And it was double peak on both times. It was very, very impressive that they were able to do that, but the timing, right?
Oh, yeah.
To be willing to do it again and have the heads up knowledge to throw out a flashbang or get absolutely lit up is a heads up play all in itself, right? I give huge props to them for that. The fact that they kept 4 from pushing into A, if Ithaca College had decided, hey, let's go ahead and just push them, there's only 2, they would have been able to swamp into A and have a much better chance at holding. But instead, they played further back. The fact that Gothic Knights were able to force off 4 with only 2 members gives leverage to the fact that the Gothic Knights hold a lot of weight right now. They are a team that instills fear if you run into them. I think that is crazy to think about right now.
Oh, yeah. No, you hit the nail on the head. The fact, too, that it required Ithaca to use so much utility to try to get their members out, you could tell that they just didn't want to give up on that A site. Because they were like, we've invested so much. It's the gambler's fallacy is hitting us hard right now. We have to move in onto A. And so they attempted it again. But Gothic Knights just locked things down, forcing Pain, the last remaining member, to have to run all the way over to B. So really good stuff coming out from the Gothic Knights. And once again, we're seeing what happens when you add a little bit of variety into your defensive style. Variety is, in fact, the spice of life, as well as the how you do Valorant defense good. Like I commented before, it's because we're expecting Wowie to play aggressive, expecting Looky Pookie to just push off of it. We're confused when they didn't see anything. And now they're on a little bit of a save orbital.
Yeah, they are. I mean, this is we've been talking these two teams up as like very aggressive teams, and we're seeing it in Gothic Knights. But I mean, they're not showing they can even do it on the defensive, right? Pushing out in the pistol round, and then holding out in some of these long team fights. It is extremely impressive, and a shining hope for them moving into the next week as well. Saying, hey, we are going to keep this up, and we are going to be a force to be reckoned with here within the Emergence division, and I can't wait to see even more. Ithaca College, though, they're putting up a fight of their own, right? Even though the score has kind of gotten out of control, on their own defensive end, they held strong, right? 6 rounds before, able to fire up, and we saw the players that we wanted to see step up at the same time, right? JC, 13 frags right now, above Kohaku, right? We said we wanted to see this team kind of evolve moving forward after that game number 1, and they've done so. Will it be in time to save this game is still yet to be determined, but I'm already saying, whether it be, if you're going into week 3 saying we got to start winning, or going into week 3 saying we're going to try and elevate ourselves even further and keep practicing and just try and make it into the playoffs. Either way, it's great to see this kind of evolution over the course of just 2 games.
Yeah, and JC's actually a player that we should highlight here. She's been doing a phenomenal job. You can tell that she's feeling it a little bit more aggressive, more confident in the play style. But the fact of the matter is once again, the utility coming out from that Astra has been really good at, forcing positioning, able to lock off certain sight lines, able to make it that much easier for Ithaca College to kind of work around things. But unfortunately, with the kind of overheating that we do see some Valorant players experience, you got to stay alive in order to be able to use their utility. So JC, unfortunately, has been picked off a couple of times where suddenly all of that Astra, like, smoke potential just is not able to come out, and it just makes the Gothic Knights in such a better position. It's so difficult when you lose one of your members and you're just trying to figure out how do you play it without that key piece in your team. But still, thus far, Gothic Knights 3 rounds in a row. We are going to be seeing Ithaca be on a little bit of a save. A couple of stingers coming out. Stinger meta is currently active, so these stingers could come up huge. But they're moving in onto the end. Oh boy, Payne is able to find one actually. Oh, Lukey Pookie just walks away with that one. But what did I tell you? Stinger meta is a thing. Able to walk away with 1 kill, almost finds a second.
Listen, if you walk into a nest of hornets, expect a bad time. That's all it is. Just, if you walk into it, it's not going to feel great. And I mean, JC right now, long range poke coming out of that turret. Yeah, JC gets tagged again. That turret is one of the most annoying things, by the way, and that's why Killjoy is very frustrating to play against. Finally gets it taken out, but JC has lost all shields, right? That turret got so much value here on the B side, and it's going to force a rotate out. So Ithaca College actually diversifying and saying, hey, we're going to actually push, maybe split into mid. Either way, they're going to have to take a gunfight. Lukey Pookie, if you were counting, that was an insane one to have. Kohaku, though, is going to get a freebie here. Picks up a free Vandal, and Dichotomy is just like, yeah, that happened. Couple shots go out. JC, though, you said it's Stinger. Stinger meta is real.
I'm telling you, something about the latest patch that has just made the Stingers unbelievable. A huge pick coming in here, and now it's all up to Disgraceful. She's up against the world, doesn't know that Kohaku is coming from behind. Okay, yeah, Kohaku deep on the flank is able to scoop up 2, so Ithaca are not out of this one just yet. A great thrifty round coming out from this team, and they're able to walk away with a lot of Vandals as a result.
I mean, that was one they desperately needed to win, right? Taking a look here, they want to stay within 2, and again, I'm curious if we're going to get deja vu, right? Because this is where we start to see, I think, the NJCU Gothic Knights start to ramp up, right? They lost a few, it was at 9 rounds, and then it got out of control from there, so maybe Ithaca College are able to follow through. But again, Payne, this Reyna, we mentioned it all the way at the beginning of this map, saying it needed a bit more support, right? Even though it can eclipse a wide area for a battle, you need a bit of backup. You need a bit of help trying to get it off the ground. And right now it's a chance, but wowie, says Kohaku, you got no reactions on my knives. Reset number 1. Around the corner, it's gonna get lit up again. That's a double reset. Now one more, you can't. And the range fires right back. A body shot and then headshot to follow. 2 for 2, rounding it out.
I actually think that was a fine trade. Deranged, also extremely low. Unfortunately, the Overgrowth can't heal the Sky herself. Gonna make it a lot more difficult now. The alarm bot also giving information that they're going to be moving out. The Seekers are going to be popped. See if those squids can find anything using one Lear to get a little bit of space. It's not a lot of utility left, and they're going to have to move in onto this B site, but Ben finds a spray through yet again. Ben's got the X-ray goggles on. Looking like Sam Fisher, but Payne activates the Empress. Knows Disgraceful is just on the other side there. Disgraceful has played this angle a couple of times. And now, just pops out for the turret to get shot down, but that's going to be a lot of information. So Payne is able to pick up one, running out of time, spots out Ben SB, but Ben SB comes up on top of that one. It's going to be 2v1 here. Oh, the stutter steps! It's looking like he went straight to the disco, stepping aside from those headshots as Ben spots out Deranged Bangs. This is enough time for the Fade to rotate around as well. Deranged Bangs has to stick this shortly, goes through the loop-de-loop, and now it's just up to Dichotomy. Has to play this time. The plant has to come through, and Dichotomy is going to go for the swing. And just like that, the Gothic Knights are able to get that one back on a little bit of a broken buy themselves.
The teams are saying the bargain bin is better than the full buy. I feel like that's the feeling that I'm getting from both these squads, right? Both times we've seen them win with kind of unorthodox weapon pickups. And it builds a whole different style of confidence, right? It's the confidence of, well, this is a round that we're not really slated to win anyway, so just kind of go for it. And I like that, right? We're seeing them kind of push in awkward scenarios, and it catches each other off guard, and that's why these rounds are so close. We're ending up with only 1 player alive, 2 player alive. It's never going to be the full sweep again, I feel, until a team is able to sit down and use that utility perfectly. Right now, Ithaca College, though, prepping for a mid-A push, and you can see NJCU trying to push up A, saying, we're not going to let you. Deranged Bangs, though, she's going to go ahead and knock out one. Wow, he is dead. Lukey Pookie is able to go ahead and get some revenge.
And the tour de force is online. Kuaku, a little bit quiet, looking for an opportunity to do it. The Lear is going to get expended here, as JC going to be walking through, but look at that, the null command activated in order to slow things down, make it a nightfall as well. The entire team is kind of caught up here. Lukey pretty unable to actually sweep up any kills, kind of misses those shots, and now Kuhaku comes through with the classic, sweeps up Dichotomy and able to pick up a Vandal. It's going to be a 2v2 here, but the spike is still not down. They're running out of time, and Lukey Pookie is getting information as to where these players are. They have to take him out, finally falling down. 2v2 once again. But the swing comes through. Unable to deny the spike plant, but now it's a 1v2 scenario and JC is hanging out down below.
Okay, that one actually hurts quite a bit, but now down to the 1v1, and would you know it, it's the Astras. The Tango again, dropping a gun. Oh, the bait! Are you kidding me, JC? Are you kidding me? The absolute bait master right there.
Yeah. You never expect it. Oh, I'm gonna reload my gun. Joke's on you. I'm actually just gonna cancel that animation. But the sound cue's already given, so you just decide to run in there, and you're gonna run right into a Vandal spray. Great bait coming out there, and just like that, it's only 2 rounds away from tying our series up. NJCU, they are gonna have a bit of a broken buy. I imagine they're only gonna go for halves, make sure they can buy up onto this next round to prevent that tie from happening. But Ithaca are starting to tie this one up. These rounds have been going back and forth between these two teams. And this time, JC leading the charge yet again onto this B site. Let's see if they want to get a little bit of mid control.
Obscuring vision. Concealment.
Quiet does it this time. Ithaca College willing to play this one out but remember what they do in the smoke, and Ben is able to find again the X-ray toggle. This is toggling, I swear. Deranged is gonna follow through with the revenge, but now on Catwalk, the cat bites the tongue of Wowie, and Payne brings it in. The Phantom in hand should open up an opportunity for Ithaca College White to either take A or B, and they're flushing over to the B side with 2 more members. If they flush out these 2, it could be huge. Payne is able to find Disgraceful. Kahaku finds Lukey Pookie, and Kahaku finds Dichotomy. That is going to be 4 members left alive. One of the cleanest rounds we have seen from Ithaca so far.
And this is something I'm noticing, a hole in the Gothic Knights defense. They're relying just on Killjoy utility to be able to anchor the mid. As soon as that Killjoy alarm bot gets destroyed, though, they don't actually do anything about it. They just assume that whoever it is just going to go through market. What this has really allowed is Kuhaku to just get into the spawn of the Gothic Knights. And that pinch point, that understanding that there is a little bit of pressure coming straight from behind is almost scary for the Gothic Knights to be able to try and do anything, because as soon as they want to move, they have to be consistently aware of what's going on behind. And that pressure should not exist. They need somebody to start locking down that mid presence a little bit more. Otherwise, Kuhaku is just going to run away with murder yet again.
Kuhaku's been the one that, like, I found an advantage. Hey, I'm gonna take it, and all of a sudden you're dead in the waters. And I love the fact that you pointed it out, right? Identifying that the mid is the weak point. This is why we're seeing the timeout come out, right? NJCU have got to also recognize that this has probably been spotted out. And at the end of the day, I will always say this: round-based shooters, Valorant, CS:GO, always come down to who can react to who the fastest, right? Who can identify a weakness of the opponent the fastest, and how do you do this, right? And once it happens, you then have to identify that you've been identified, right? It's the whole just consistently changing and manipulation of your own gameplay if you want to stay ahead of your opponent. And right now, if it is really this point, Ithaca College are giving Gothic Knights a taste of their own medicine here, running up the rounds, about to tie it 10-10, unless Gothic Knights has something to say about it.
And honestly, it's been so successful for Ithaca to push on the defense. It's not surprising we're seeing it again. Ooh. Seeker's going to be activated. NSB just held in the back of the site there. Might not be able to escape. The Seeker gives the information that someone is down here. Here's the drop from JC. Drops down the bomb, but can't find anything, and the smoke is going to be able to go up. Pain already found Dichotomy, so the spike goes down. They still have to worry about Ben in the back, but finally JC trades him back through the smoke yet again. Kuhaku is pretty good with it. Now it's gonna be 2v5. This is not looking good for the Gothic Knights orbital.
Yeah, there ain't no trading. Trading constitutes someone gives and someone takes. Gothic Knights are giving everything at this point, and they're forced to, right? Kuhaku able to find another one. Wowie is able to take one back. But I mean, that's about all you're gonna get. Wowie cut down to 21 HP is gonna block off that B-side corridor, but I mean, the range was waiting, right? Another clean round coming out here from Ithaca College White, where they need to be in the final rounds, in the rounds where it feels like it matters. They're able to clutch it out. We are tied 10-10 right now, and Gothic Knights are stuck in the bargain bin buy.
Yes, but they are changing up their style. I want you to pay attention to where the KO and where Wowie are going to be pushing out of this time. We've talked about their synergy. We've talked about how they work so well together. You know that Ithaca are just going to expect them to pop out of that A side, but are they going to be expecting this to come out of B? The 0 point gives that information. Ooh. The swing from Pain comes through, but Wowie with the judge able to find one, able to find two. Judge, jury, and execution able to get the tailwind back, and now the Blade Storm is also online, giving more tools available, but the flanks are already starting to come through as well. Wowie alone is able to just lock B down.
Oh, but this flank. If they also get the flank off, this can be a little bit nutty here. Wowie's just knowing that this is going to happen. Now a spray gets a little bit of a tag. Launches an open terrain, and it's a 3K. Wowie is wowing all of us right now. And the turnaround, NSB with the flank brings it home. It's a thrifty round victory for the Gothic Knights in a moment they needed it most.
Somebody is raging right now. The judge comes out to play. We love a little bit of judge gameplay here at NECC, or at least I do. I know people have very strong opinions about that one. You can't deny the fact that the judge works so well in that B corridor just because of how close things are. And of course, once again, a one-man army, the presence alone of Wowie was enough of a deterrent for Ithaca to just really slow their pace down. And then we saw the flank started to come through. Without Ithaca moving forwards there, they were stuck, and the Gothic Knights were ready to pounce on them in that thrifty round. I know you just stated that you love the judge. I love it too. I will be honest. I love jumping on the judge bandwagon. It's hilarious. It's
right?
great.
The days of old where you saw like the race packs with the judges was also very fun. But I love the fact that it can still break some of those moments. Of course, right now we are seeing just like all Vandals, all Phantoms again. But it is necessary, right? Gothic Knights, again, grabbed a round that they were not slated to win at all. It's a very heroic play coming out of Wowie. And now, with the flank again, gaining the confidence that they had taken over B's side and calling Ithaca on their mid-side flank has given them so much value back. It's a trade back, though, as Kahaku able to find Wowie on the back corner, and now looking for one more, but Ben SP is going to grab Kahaku by the head. JC able to find Disgraceful, but Dichotomy able to pop JC in the head, getting some revenge down to a 2v1.
Hunt doesn't give any information, but the Guiding Light will. Drain should be able to get this plant off here. I don't know if Dichotomy wants to take this battle alone or at least wait for that Astra to come around. Got a little bit of a pinch going on here, and on top of that too, the stars are already being set up, so Bangs is just going to go into hell. It's going to be a tense one. The spike already down. It's going to require a little bit of faster pushing through the seas. Actually ping somebody up. You can see the line going in there. They know where he's hanging out. The Guiding Light comes through, misses it, and Ben is able to find the kill with a spray down. Great stuff coming out from the Gothic Knights. They've adapted their defense and are properly countering Ithaca.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you, right? It's the analyzing of the analyzing. It's the reads of reads. It's all that's necessary. And Gothic Knights, at the perfect moment, are able to change things up and push themselves to match point. And what better time to break out an operator than right now? Wowie, we have not seen on the operator too much, has almost always been running kind of that entry style, fragger style, which is, you know, the Vandal in hand. Brings out the op, says, hey, it's time to ring some heads. They won't be expecting it here. And if Ithaca College are playing their same tempo and their same style as before, they will be surprised. They will not enjoy this fact that's about to hit them. And would you know it, it happens. One-way smoke, nothing. You are dead.
Yeah, Wowie now watching the other angle. Kahaku might peek this. The gun barrel gets spotted out there. It's going to be one. JC knows where that res is happening. Unfortunately, just can't see it with that one-way. Meanwhile, Pain, though, able to find Lukey Pookie. Still a lot of ultimates online for Gothic Knights, so they should have a lot to work with in their wheelhouse. It's just going to be shutting down. Wowie is going to be their biggest problem. Ben SB just doing a good job of anchoring that B side as Pain starts to advance.
With all that info going down, a little bit of a fake grab on that orb. Range Bang's finally going to grab it. In comes the Cosmic Divide, setting themselves up for success, but Ben SP says, hey, it blocks you up as well. Nightfall going to break down, but Ben SP says, no, thank you, no worries. Jappel finally able to break that one off, but the damage has still been down 3v2 here. And guess where the defender lockdown is going? Will it actually tag anyone? Will they be able to use it? NJCU find Pain, and one more might be ready to fall. Jappel able to take one to the grave, but it is game. It is time, and it is the Gothic Knights rising to the occasion, not without Ithaca College fighting hard. But that is it. NJCU Gothic Knights take the series 2-0.
And honestly, Ithaca it was close. They got into their own heads. You know, the machine of perpetual motion started happening. They kept on relying a little bit too much on their similar strategies where they're like, okay, it worked before, we can run it again. Unfortunately, it looked like we saw the Gothic Knights just decide to activate their Bear Grylls. They improvised, they adapted, and they were ultimately over to overcome Ithaca College. So big shout out to NJCU. It looked clean towards the end there.
It looked great. I love it so much. And to see this in Emergence, of all things, right?
Yeah.
The development and the ability to macro play, it's something that sometimes you miss, right? In the higher levels, sometimes you just see people kind of relying on their skills, which is great. Don't get me wrong. Watching 3 to 4Ks back to back to back is hilariously fun. Like, just watching outplays all the way around. But there is something nice to see and be able to almost physically see these plays evolve in front of your eyes. There is a simplistic, there's almost a clinical routine that makes you say, dang, I wish I had buddies that play like that too. I got to ask you, Marks, between these two teams, was there one that you kind of favored in terms of their play overall? We understand who won, but just kind of watching whenever they would win a round, was there one that you kind of just enjoyed a bit more?
Honestly, I have to give this to NJCU, the Gothic Knights, because, you know, on one hand, you could say, yes, they won the game, but it almost looked like on some of their attacks that they were literally doing calculus in their brains. It was just so coordinated. They knew exactly what they needed to do, what utility pieces needed to go where, who was clearing what, and that's why we saw that kind of steamroll style of offense happen on both of these maps. Of course, when they flopped onto the defense, they had a little bit more issues with their defensive strategy, but they still were trying to learn and adapt their playstyle in order to sufficiently counter Ithaca. And I think that's one of the reasons that they were able to ultimately walk away with this, is they figured out how to unstuck themselves in multiple situations without having to get some sort of bug button that you press in order to respawn somewhere else.
See, it's a hard reset. The master hand just dropped you in a spot, and you're like, great, but I have to. I love it though. So much fun watching both these teams play out, and a special huge wowing a lot of us with these plays. But everyone on the side, we saw Dichotomy, we saw Lukey Pookie, we saw Disgraceful, and just Ben SB having a phenomenal time. And again, on the side of Ithaca College, hopefully we get to see them come out, because we see how close they are. We see how close they get every single time. They just need that final little push. Maybe we'll see it in week number 4. Right now, though, we are going to go to a quick break. We are going to get our second series of the day rolling for you here soon, so don't go anywhere. The NECC B stream will continue just in a little bit. Hello, hello, and welcome back, everyone. My name is Orbital, still here on the broadcast, but I have a brand new face beside me. It is going to be Vincent, the one and only, coming in to round out the B-Stream here. Even though we're B-Stream, we're bringing all the action and heat, moving into the Challengers Division of Ontario. Vincent, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm feeling good, and I am feeling ready to go back to a very significant staple here on NECC. That's going to be Queen's Gales. I feel like, I mean, you and I have casted a lot of NECC together, Orbital, and we have casted this team every single season of NECC. I'm confident in saying that.
Yeah, we touched on either their A team, their B team, their C team, or their Z team, apparently, because they are all over the place, and I love that, right? A school getting into the collegiate scene and really pushing hard for it, it gives me hope, at least for the future. But what's crazier is these two teams also have another fantastic history between them just this season. These two teams have played quite a few rounds of Valorant just in their competitive league so far.
Yeah, they've certainly been at it. I mean, listen, it's pretty significant, right? When you look at the fact that Ottawa specifically, of their two matches, both of them have been 3 mappers, and then Queen's Gales, well, not quite as much as they did just have 2 maps in their first week, but in their second week it went all the way with a couple of overtimes thrown in for good measure. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see these two teams meet each other, especially considering that Ottawa fortunate to pick up a win last week against the Fanshawe Fuel Academy team. But with that being said, unfortunately, Queen's Gales, well, they have experience, but they have yet to pick up a win for the season. So I'm hoping to see maybe that change tonight.
And they're hoping to do so with 5 very awesome players. Rounding it out, these two teams have quite a few listed, but only 5 will be here for game number 1. Taking a look, it's of course going to be a Nezimart, Kiwis Are Awesome, Orgo, Cherubin, and a Rice Bowl 247 because you're already 8246. Of course, in the health science major, I'm not sure how many, how healthy it is to eat 246 rice bowls in one sitting.
I don't know about one sitting, but listen, rice bowls are where it's at. I don't
Oh,
want to
heck
hear
yeah.
anything from you. Okay? That's absolutely the case. But let's look things over. Look at the other side of the coin for Queen's Gales. This is the team looking for their maiden victory for the season. It's Inrod, Cal, Charcoal, Weatherman, and Clappy, which I think is going to be an interesting one. I will say I'm a little disappointed. A little bit disappointed not to see Tripwires back. One of my favorites. But on the roster, not playing tonight, I'll go cry in the corner. But I'm excited to see these 5 take the server for this one. Should be a whole lot of fun. And by the way, I'm interested what Weatherman means by Apple math. Like,
Apple chooses their own math system. That's what it is, right? Like, it's just a brand new set. Instead of numbers and letters, it's just fruits laid out, like just random fruits laid out all over the place. The main one's an apple, right? That's the component. But
well, I mean,
right now,
you have Kiwis Are Awesome on the other side. So
hey, yeah, just all the fruits. We're just gonna have fruits bombarded at us, but that's not what you're here for. What you are here for is actually see not the fruits, but the maps that they're gonna be pulling out here. And you go ahead and take a look on your screen. We get a very nice variety. Last time we had Haven and Ascent come out for our 2 maps. This time we're for sure getting some brand new faces.
yeah, it's going to be a good time. And Queen's Gales have picked out, I don't think this is correct. Breeze
Nope.
is what I saw, at least on the initial one. Or maybe things have changed. Hold on, I can double check. Nope.
No.
Still looks like
that's
Breeze.
Ithaca. Yeah. That's what
Pay no attention to the actual graphic on your screen. Queen's Gales is picking Breeze. Ottawa elected to bring us Icebox, and our decider will be Bind should we get there. But, I mean, listen, the numbers say that Bind is a real distinct possibility.
Yeah, this is we're seeing like one of the flattest and more horizontal maps in Breeze. It's just very open. It's very like this is take your shot in this long range. And then we go to Icebox, which was known to quite literally be the breakthrough in vertical mapping, right? Like that's what it was kind of played at. It was like, hey, here's the vertical up and down. I'm gonna say
it was good, but you know what?
No. Okay, listen, that might have been a strong word, but it was the introduction of, hey, you gotta look up quite a few times. So I like the distinction between the two maps. There we go.
Hey,
now
we got it.
well, the teams are still different, but I do believe we have the right maps.
Yes, these are the correct bans and picks. Just if you're curious at who picked and banned what. By the way, it starts out with Queen's Gales. They're the ones who banned out Haven. And U Ottawa banning out Ascent. So if you keep going from there, you can know exactly who picked and banned what. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for things, and I'm excited for how this will get started. But the agent select has already occurred. Right into the action with the take already happened.
Planted.
Queen's Gales have planted the swipe, but they got Nezimart in the back lines looking to try and stall things out. Weatherman sticking alive for the time being as Charcoal gets another frag. U Ottawa having to find this with just 2 remaining members.
I love the fact that these two teams apparently came out guns blazing, considering they're just hot and heavy into this battle. And of course, we get the Viper mirror matchup here. Enrod says, "I am A-Rod" with the absolute strike. Beautiful shot, and they'll go ahead and be the finisher here. Queen's Gales going ahead and grabbing away the first pistol.
Nicely done. Yeah, I mean, a solid start there for Queen's Gales. As I mentioned before, and I'll continue to kind of allude to as we move forward, looking for the first victory on the season tonight, and I think that is going to be an interesting storyline to continue throughout. But regardless, Enrod able to find those opening picks and ultimately push Queen's Gales over the edge. Is going to apparently be a quick B hit. At least all the players for Queen's Gales are headed that direction. And the defense is actually set up perfectly for it. They are quickly moving to stall this out.
You're going to try and stall it out, but the stall is more just, hey, don't shoot me, please. What is this crosshair here? That crosshair was very interesting. I'm so sorry. Rice Bowl, though, with the shorty, is going to go ahead, drop Cal like a sack of potatoes. Nezamart's going to find one. Weathermen bring some rain on Rice Bowl's parade. It's down to a 1v3. This is U Ottawa Gray. Just trying to chase for 1 or 2 more frags, and is not going to find it. Clappy goes ahead and claps Nezamart, and Queen's Gales carry over 3 into the next round.
Yeah, solid to carry over just through those 3 players. You know, making sure to limit the losses in that round is important for your economy. The other thing to note is that Ottawa, they did make some really good decisions, right? Once they saw what was happening, they quickly moved to cover off all of the exits for the Queen's Gales, and so despite having no weaponry to make it work, I'm thinking that U Ottawa Gray have a whole lot to offer.
I'm thinking so as well. Remember, Valorant, to me, at least doesn't start until the 4th round of gameplay, unless the 3rd round goes crazy. So, if it follows the same script that we gave the players beforehand, don't tell anyone else, we should be looking at U Ottawa Gray putting up a great performance here. Of course, spread out in a very default position. Queen's Gales going ahead and chancing this B side once again, saying, hey, we can have some awesome times. Rice Bowl and Nezamart, though, say, hey, it ain't going down the same way as before. Nezamart picks up a 2K, getting a headshot on Cal to dust off those 2. And now it's a dance right back out. Queen's Gales say, yeah, we don't want to test that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, really don't have the utility player count or weaponry to do so at that. Just a Sheriff and Spectre in the hands of the final 2 remaining players for Queen's Gales this bonus round. Not working so much in their favor. The other thing to note, Nezamart, me talked about it, but fantastic work there. 2 quick frags to deny entry. There was another player towards the site who was able to help out. Didn't catch who that was, but regardless, Ottawa Gray significantly stepping up in this first gun round.
30
I mean,
seconds
that was
left.
Rice Bowl, and at this point, Rice Bowl is my favorite name on this roster. I love it. I'm gonna have a lot of fun saying it. Orgo though says, hey, you gotta say my name as well. Picks up a kill of their own in Queen's Gales. Enrod, who was an absolute monster last time, is now gonna have to wander their way into mid and pray no one's looking. Ruben says, nah, I'm watching, and it's a flawless round for you, Ottawa Gray.
What a way to start, you know, gun round, sure, you're going to have the advantage if you're U Ottawa, but to pick that up in flawless fashion is huge, and Now we get into that real start you were kind of alluding to before. It's Queensgale's full purchase round, where we have 10 rifles purchased up in the servers. No ops though, which is something to keep an eye on. You mentioned how broad the angles here are, how long range these tools can be. The lack of an operator this early on is a little bit surprising.
It leads me to believe the teams may not be as confident sinking that much of their creds into that. So saying, hey, we're going to play it a little bit slow, or a little bit more different, but Clappy just says, nah, who said slow? Who said any different? Caster, you are wrong. Enrod goes ahead and follows through as well. You Ottawa Grey taken by complete surprise by this absolute ruthless aggression. The Queen's Gales here. Yeah, that shock bolt's going to shock out Enrod, but the damage is already done. You Ottawa Grey hoping to get at least a kill. Queen's Gales all very, very healthy. Rice Bowl will snipe through and find Enrod in the head. Charcoal, though, looking for one of their own in the mid. We're getting a little bit of a duel out. But you Ottawa Grey gonna have to wade their way through all of this smoke.
Cal on that chamber made it through 2 without anybody really applying any pressure.
Enemy remaining.
Additional kill, and Clappy is looking to shut the rest of these players down. But Rice Bowl will stop that bleeding for now. You Ottawa, you might have won against the bonus, but when the guns got taken out, Queen's Gales certainly looked a little bit different, a little bit better, and certainly well-oiled machine. Queen's Gales taking that 3rd round and initially making you Ottawa question whether or not that A-hold is going to be sufficient.
I mean, not just that, it also looked just very, I want to say overall confident play, right? I would say normally you see teams take a little bit longer before they decide to push that quickly into full guns, right? It usually takes a little bit more. You're like, okay, test the waters a bit. Can we actually do this? And are they on their save round? No. This was Queen's Gales just going, yeah, let's push. Let's have a blast,
really,
and they cruise it.
I love that they didn't take that extra time. You're right. A lot of teams do, but I think it's really cool that they just decided that they were going to change the pace instantaneously. And, well, this is sort of a fake at that. I mean, they might commit, and it looks like they will. The same utility is going forward.
And the thing is, that change of pace only happens so often, and this time it looked like you Ottawa Grey were almost ready for it, but Cal, again, a little bit better on the shots here, and the shock bolt going to catch Nezamart down a little bit in the HP department. Another shock bolt going to force this double doors position into a further hole. I mean, you Ottawa Grey, they know they got to try something. They got to try and play up a little bit further. Queen's Gales just going, yeah, I mean, you can try, but the knives are out. Clappy along with Cal, bringing it down even further. And right now, Queen's Gales are absolutely running amok here on their own map.
Nice work from Cal.
Gosh.
The quad kill there from the chamber. Once again, applying the pressure in through the tube. Really doing a good job this time of timing his aggression with the rest of the push from Queen's Gales, and that made it so much more effective. Instead of just picking up one sort of lurk frag, he gets not only the frag on the additional A player, but he's able to deny rotations as well, and that's what gives him the quad kill. Cal doing some brilliant work on that chamber roll. We haven't yet seen the tour de force come to fruition, but that's actually available for both Nezamart and for Cal, and there we go. It's going to be pulled out there for the defense of you Ottawa Grey.
The question is, can they use it, right? They've lost the initial gunfights almost every time, and because of that, Enrod is able to find Nezamart, so that ultimate immediately rejected. No value from there. Cal again with the heavy swing, and I mean, Queen's Gales B, we talked about the fact that they've gone to all 3 games before, but this is also why one of their games, the first game they lost against Fanshawe Fuel Academy, it was 11-13, it was very, very close. The next game, they ran absolutely amok. It was 13-2. So they have, to this position, they have the ability to shut down a team if given the chance.
In fairness, that was you Ottawa Grey who was doing the
reading wrong.
the shutting down, but yeah, your point is taken. You know, it's definitely a situation where you Ottawa Grey are going to have to be on notice so that they don't get that exact situation turned on its head and happen to them here and now. Of course, it's very early, you know, and you just mentioned it before, Orbital, but I'll say it again. It is Queen's Gale's pick, so it's not as if things are too out of hand just yet. We'll get it figured out, or at least I think so. As you Ottawa Gray going to be able to get the saved weapon from Kiwis are awesome, and you're going to have a timeout. This is great timing for it as well. 5-1. This is exactly where you're going to have to start to rethink some of your setups and try to figure out what's going wrong.
And at this point, you have to be looking at that aggressive peak, right? Cal has gotten away with so much so far, right? Almost every single round that we've seen after the initial first 3 rounds, and this time I promise I won't fumble over my words or pull the wrong data, has pulled a double kill. I want to say every single time that a gun has been in their hands, this chamber has been immaculate, and it leads me to believe that Queen's Gales have played this obviously multiple times. To be able to grab it in first rotation will give them leverage going into the series. If they take this so quickly, you Ottawa Gray, even with this timeout, even with this kind of, okay, can we regroup? I feel like Queen's Gales just have this a bit more down pat. They have to find a way to shut that chamber down. They gotta find a way to stop allowing these double kills, these constant flanks to occur to them when they're supposed to be on the defensive, when they're supposed to have kind of all their options covered.
Well, I certainly agree that they need to be able to shut it down. The question is how. I think that is a much more difficult conversation to be had. You Ottawa just got done having that conversation, and they elected to go for an operator. Nezumar had the tour de force last round. Wasn't that effective. Got hit with some pretty rough timing there. Enrod going for a bit of a crazy aggressive swing. Finds the information and even gets the kill. This time, let's see if it's a little bit more effective. But the aggression, it's not been dialed down in the slightest. It's going to be a flash, and Clappy takes advantage of that, moving away, moving around. It's Ricewall out in the open. But what's happened to Clappy? Misses the mark in many ways.
And Ricewall as well finds Cal an uncharacteristic whiff on all of those blows, and Ricewall is able to find a second. Weatherman is going to go down. Charcoal is able to find Orgo. Goes down into that kind of slow roll piece, but instead of smoke, Enrod is able to find one. Charcoal finds another. Nezumar is able to pick up Orgo. It's down to a 2v2. Enrod going to get shocked out. Suppressed. Realize it's a little bit of danger, but the gun still works perfectly. Orgo is going to lock down Charcoal. It's down to a 1v1. Shots go through. The Viper Spit still up, 1 HP, and Orgo is lit up, 1 HP. You know this is a bit dangerous, and is going to try and book their way out, try and find that final kill. It's not going to happen. Yes, it actually does. Enrod, the final little pixel. There it is, able to get away from danger as well, and it was looking good for you, Ottawa Gray. It was looking good, but Queen's Gales just fight right back.
And we were talking about the multi-frog potential there for Queen's Gales as well. And we saw it once again, this time from Enrod on the triple kill. Really good job working within the Viper's pit, making sure that that was effective and that they continued to stay safe and play in and out, sort of dodging back and forth. But the other thing to note is, well, that you Ottawa Gray, they seem to have all of the options at their disposal, but they just couldn't make them all that much effective. Well, the aggression will be on the cards this time. Queen's Gales doing good, shutting it down. It's just 2 players remaining, and Kiwis are awesome. That's going to drop the spike, though.
Oh, that's of all times to have the knives out and find someone on the ropes. A little jiggle peek from Weatherman as well. I think they were trying to get some information, and Kiwis came around the set and said, I'm awesome. Give me 2 seconds and I'll prove it to you. Clappy up on top here, trying to grab that spike, but knows someone's down below, and sure enough.
1 enemy remaining.
So close. It still gets knifed out. Kiwi actually gets a second reset off here, so hiding off in this wing, no one's cleared it out, but you don't have to anymore. Queen's Gales have gotten the spike and are running over towards A. Kiwis going into the mid, just waiting for where that spike's going to be.
Big winnable situation, but I like this rotation to A because you can see the most obvious answer for Kiwis is for it to be a B plan, but actually it's A, and it wastes just a little bit of extra time, but very winnable scenario. With the 5 blades, these kunai ready to go, and I feel like there's just that much possibility. Both players, though, on the left side of the site get trapped and give away the information, but it's a double swing. Well played. The Queen's Gales, they're not giving you Ottawa Gray any chances. They're going to close out that round. Great eco damage, but at 7 rounds, Orbital, eco damage is not what you want to be having.
No, you just want to be cruising, right? Like, this is a moment where, for the side of Queen's Gales, you are happy about what's going on, right? You are consistently winning. For the side of Auto Gray, you got to start breaking through, right? And at this point, it's now realizing Queen's Gales, when one of them falls, someone's there to pick up the mantle, right? And when Cal went down, hey, it was everyone's best. Slappy picked it up, right? They are so good at covering for each other, and now the Viper's pick cutting off this B side. I mean, Auto Gray trying to preemptively counter this, but again, Queen's Gales deciding to move towards that A site. They fought this round so many times before, have yet to even test B side, I believe. They're just saying, hey, it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, why not? Going for the no command alongside the standard utility coming out there for A. Plant, though, get down. It seems like that should be coming soon. Yeah, there we go. Weatherman going to be planting it down now. Kiwis are awesome. Still alive on the site. Could be a problem. Thorn in the side of Queen's Gales squad. Back down now to 6. Problem certainly through that smoke is that was a great connection. Weatherman standing tall, but it's just one in-rod with some utility. Now with the rifle, it's Charcoal the same with Rice Bowl now looking to confirm 1-on-2.
I mean, it looked like Queen's Gales were scrambling, right? It looked like a mad scramble, and yet they came out with so many great kills, and now the swing is going to happen. I mean, too many targets to shoot at. Rice Bowl, you tried your best. N-Rod with the 3K. One of those, a utility piece off the poison. Props to them, right? We've seen them consistently out macro, just this A site in particular, right? It's been consistently A site, whether going through long tons or going up through that mid into site. That's all they've really done, right? We have yet to see them even test the other side of the map. Well, they did originally, I think, back in the anti-eco for a split second. They haven't really had to worry, right? They just say, hey, we're going to keep going, and maybe now we see it swap up. We see a little bit of a spread, a little bit further spread out.
Well, that was actually the only round that Auto Gray won, was where Queen's Gales tried to run it down B against, in fairness, against a significantly better purchase, but now towards B, kind of caught out. Clappy is in position to make the trade happen. These are awesome. Meanwhile, in middle is taking a duel and takes another one here. That is some shooting being done, and a near third shot connected. That felt like it was a little too close for comfort as Clappy moves away.
Yeah. Just wanted to take a couple shots with the op and just giving him a little bit of a scare, saying, hey, you know, the op's still in play, and now swapping back to the Vandal. This is one of the few times that we've seen Queen's Gales in a bit of a bind, right? 2v4. No real ultis to play, so in the significant player advantage, you Ottawa Gray have a chance at grabbing a second here with
one enemy
total left in pocket to play. Nezamart able to find a beauty of a pick, just a couple quick taps. And then inside of the smoke, you get a run. Clappy able to grab one before falling, and Nezamart finishes it off. 3 carried over into the 11th round.
Listen. Second round on the board, I got nothing but good things to say about you, Ottawa, there. But I will say this. They need to make this more than just a flash in the pan. You saw what happened last time you, Ottawa, picked up the round. Props to them, but they were not able to put one and then another together. You're going to need to do that here and now if they want to have any sort of chance for the comeback on this map. But it's a little bit more difficult to do than just saying it out loud. We'll be back to what has been working. Mid control alongside of the A presence, but timing for Orgo just a little bit too good. He's going to get traded though, and maybe things are swapping up just a little bit.
They are. I mean, getting the opportunity to get on the backside of Queen's Gales has helped. However, some of these shots are not registering, right? That was a big open field. He could take down 2, but couldn't get the transfer. This time around, though, you are watching a transfer hit you. Charcoal snapping up Cherubin and Kiwis for a 3K. Down to 1 alive. They're hoping to plant just one more round on top. There's a chance for them. Gets the plant down. The Viper is all the way in mid, and it's Rice Bowl. Once again, this has happened time and time again. Rice Bowl, last one standing, hoping to make a big play.
Look at the HP, though, Orbital. Oh, the snake bite, not quite landing where he'd anticipated. That one, though, gonna go to the right position, but both players swinging out to the left side. Rice Bowl seems to have no idea. He's gonna use the toxic screen to entirely lock off Cave position.
One enemy
Watch going in the
remaining.
wrong direction, a little bit labored on the spray, but Rice Bowl, there's no way he knows. He couldn't have imagined that they've been playing it together, that they've set up beside each other. Cal gonna confirm the frag, the low
Last
HP,
round
not
in
a
the half.
factor.
I mean, time and time again, Queen Scales, this does not feel like an O2 squad at all, right? This does not feel like a squad that, you know, lost out on the first 2 series. And, I mean, they're playing like they want things to reverse around, and I'm very, very excited for this, right? This is such a fun team right now, and leading the charge is Enrod, right? At the very top right now, 13-7. Cal very close behind, and they're feeling confident enough, 9-2 in the last round. They were looking like they were going to double off it, but decided against it instead. Just one operator, give it your best bet, and we'll see how they play it out. Right now, Clappy, though, can't really point blank that as well as you would have liked. And Cal says, give me that 2K again.
It was an ambitious play from U Ottawa. They literally just all in. That's all they did. They committed heavily to that fight towards A main, and Cave position just only good for a trade.
Spike planted.
Not good enough at all. There's going to be an ult command here. Oregon throwing that one out. We're going to see the ult command on the other side, so it's nobody but the 2 players need to throw
Last player
each of the
standing.
shots. They all connect. Other man alongside Sharko to create a 10-2
Switching
half
sides.
orbital. Not even the 9-3 curse.
Nope. No 9-3 curse. None. Not at all. That was Queen Scale saying, we ain't falling for that today. It is our map, right? This
As if
is
you
them.
walk into the 9-3 curse. It's a trap card.
Oh, man. You activated this trap. Well, no. I'm going to step over it. You're going to leave it on the ground.
That's right.
And I'm going to keep playing the game. That's what they said right there. Oh, my gosh.
Well
But
played. I mean, hey, Queen
Yeah.
Deals, nice job.
it was a giant, like, X on the ground, right?
Yeah.
And they're just like, nope.
Just labeled traps are here.
That's not
Full on
just-
Looney Tunes right
Just,
there.
just
Yes.
the letter R, though. Not spelled correctly. You Ottawa, great. Well, hopefully they're going to be able to avoid any of the traps set up by Queen's Gales. They've got 5 of these upgraded pistols, 5 ghosts, so they're going to be very accurate.
They're going to be accurate, but does that hold their side? Cal and Sharkle get the crossfire in the upper hallway. And they're just like, hey, you're going to let us do this for free? You Ottawa great. Feel absolutely bamboozled right now. That's a headhunter once again. And Ricebowl's like, what the heck just happened? Where's the entire team? Doesn't even get the plant down. Queen's Gales annihilate you Ottawa Gray in that pistol.
Yeah, it was just so quick. Queen's Gales, they're on a speed run right now. They want to not only get a victory, but they want it now. And they want to put it on as quickly as possible. These Challengers Ontario division are absolutely a difficult one to work
Careful.
within, but Queen's Gales are tired of losing.
They are just... They said, we're done. They had their training arc for a week and
Yeah.
just sent it, right? Like, they went into the hyperbolic time chamber and just set it to 1,000,000 years, I feel. They are going so hard right now, and I love it. Oh, my lord. Orgo said, hey, give me about 1 second. I'm going to make you regret peeking that. And said, even though it's 2-11, we still got some bite.
Yeah, and I mean, you Ottawa in a position with these purchases where they kind of had to go for them. I mean, you could have played for the comeback 10 rounds in a row, but I can understand the logic of just going for the purchase here and just saying, all right, we're gonna play with essentially even scenario because we're both gonna be on sort of half buy, so give it a go. Can't hurt, especially not at this point when you're down this sort of round count. So UEs are also finding a little bit of information, or at least finding that nobody's freely swinging this area of the B side.
I gotta ask you, Vincent, and maybe you can answer at the end of the game as we do get to see some picks. Is it kiwis the fruit are awesome? Is it kiwis the animal that are awesome? Which of the two is it? Because I have to get to decide as we get the judge going around the corner. But kiwis
30
are awesome.
seconds
Said
left.
both. Both are great. As Clappy gets clapped once again.
Nice start. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I didn't know that kiwis were animals. anyway.
I think it's a bird, right? Am I crazy?
You're gonna have to help me out on that one sometime later. But
Standing ahead.
CU Ottawa, Greg, they're gonna need some help out with Enron, moving themselves forward. Other man though, in the meantime, it's gonna go down, but it's trades back and forth.
Last player
HP though,
standing.
certainly not the Queen's Scales advantage, as Kiwis are certainly awesome in this round.
I mean, there was a time you called it was a gamble, right? For the side of Ottawa Gray, either they win the round and are able to get themselves a decent bit of purchase moving into the next, or they're forced into just one of the most unlucky game points, right? It's almost no weapons to maybe run out with stingers or anything, but they bought themselves time now. Very impressive job. They were able to throw away the pretext of what that round held, you know, the 11-2, very dangerous to get on game point. And they played hard. They played up and aggressive, and Kiwis are awesome. Alongside Rice Bowl, both of these two have kind of stepped up in that way, being a bit more aggressive, being willing to take some of those pop swings, and maybe we get to see even more as they're still aggressing on this B side.
Well, they're regressing into nothing, because there ain't nobody home. By the way, fact check, yeah, Kiwis are flightless birds endemic to New Zealand. I learned the thing.
Yes, yes, I love it, Vincent.
This is learning time with Orbital. I mean, it is just a force bite slash half bite going around. We'll see if that can be successful in any way here. 5v5 on the retake.
So far, it's Queen's Gales going, well, we took the 50-50, and it did not work in our favor. And now we're getting shock bolted, absolutely poisoned out, 2 agents suppressed. It's all the util in the world going their way, and then the flank happens. Kiwis are awesome. Orgo, Nezamar, and Riceball all get a piece of it and pull out a flawless round. It's 11-4, and Ottawa Gray have gotten 2 rounds in a row, but are about to face the music. Guns are out now. Time is almost up.
And here's a situation you don't see very often, right? Ottawa Gray, they've obviously been able to win the first engagement of rounds there, despite losing the pistol. They won the force bite. Do they upgrade? It looks like the majority are saying yes. There was 3 Spectres, only one of those will survive. And I mean, I think this makes sense. You gotta understand that Queen's Scales are 1 round away from map point, and well, to give them that by not investing as much as you could into this round would feel bad if Ottawa were to lose out. So, gone for as much of a purchase as they can as they head on out. It's going to be a bit of a slower round this time, though. 4 players committed towards the A side of things. Ottawa not actually pushed into the site just yet.
Definitely not taking a page out of Queen's Gales books, who were, as soon as they won 1 or 2 rounds, they're like, just full send, right? Gas to the gas pedal to the floor, no real let up, and I mean, I wonder if Queen's Gales are actually going to get antsy, because if they're known as an aggressive team, they could be the ones to push, but they do have to realize Ottawa Gray have also opted into that gamble once again. If they walk unchecked into these Vandals, it will allow Ottawa Gray to get that advantage once again. So, right call by Queen's Gales. Question is will they get an advantage out of it? Currently still 5v5. A little bit of the shock bolt going through just to scout out some of those hallways. And when you do find it, Clappy is able to get one while Kiwis finds Darkhold. Now the mid is going to break out. Enrod able to find the head of Kiwis.
Good timing there from Enrod. Adjustment as well was solid. Cal trying to deny any sort of push to this screen. The timing on that is perfect. Walks through right with the snake bite, and so the vulnerability is maximized by Queen's Gales. Weatherman looking to apply the pressure. The weather van of his own team as Clappy spotted out in the open alongside of additional players. Both these defenders looking to be inside of this pit. A second, no! Cherubin cannot find it. It will be number 12 for Queen's Gales. The first gun round is theirs.
Was that important?
That's one of those moments where it's like the surprise party. Someone flicked on the lights and you realize you're surrounded, right? That's what happened when the Viper spit went down. It's just like, hey, party. Yeah, pain. Right now, game point for Queen's Gales, who are ready to go with what could be one of the faster games that they've had, right? At least in their favor on the win. And very impressive, to say the least, right? I want to see this team that is 0-2 be able to say, we have completed the training arc, and see if they can pull it off in another game as well. Maybe one that is, of course, not their map pick for the side of Ottawa Gray. I mean, this could be the fuel to fire. Being like, hey, I know they won this one, but I mean, we got to come back even harder.
It's fair enough. Yeah, it's totally plausible. Movies are awesome. Gonna have the Blade Storm ready to go to deny Clappy.
Oh.
Commit to a right click, but that's an upgrade to a Vandal, and I think that is well worth the commitment. When you think about it, you Ottawa Gray on the site, and you do have to wonder for Queen's Gales, is it even worth it to go for the retake here, especially if Nesmart can find a frag? I think you look to save this.
Next. Teleports.
Just a single tap. Just listen. I pretty much have a Marshal in my hand. Good luck. So, as you said, Queen's Gales, they are actually pushing in. So they are actually going to chance this. Rice Bowl is going to find one. Shervin going to find Charcoal, and then Shervin finds a second. It is a flawless round for you Ottawa Gray, as they are on their way to what they are hoping is an absolute miraculous run back here. I mean, Queen's Gales, they're going to have to sit there and kind of take it on the chin here with a little bit of a low buy, maybe a hero rifle, but other than that, nothing in the bank.
Yeah, they're going to just be working with some sheriffs. Clappy? I'm not sure I'm on board with the Bucky, but, well, looks like that is going to be picked up. And in fairness, Clappy is the sole defender of the B site, so there's a place where that could be effective. It will be that P site. Of course, it doesn't look like you Ottawa Gray are interested in walking into the shotgun. It's going to be A. Walking straight into the off angle used there, and Weatherman's position still not yet known.
Well, Kiwis was able to find 2 through the double doors, and I mean, this is very slow and methodical, it feels like, from you Ottawa Gray. They understand kind of the weapon economy that's kind of broken down, so, hey, you know what? Take it slow, take it easy, wait for each other, count it out, and you take full control. 5v2. It's a shorty and a pistol is all you got. The Sheriff is trying to take a life. Takes one, can't get the snap flick onto the second, though. It's now all down to 1. I mean, you might as well, right, Clappy? Clappy's just... Oh, Clappy got found out. Shots through the door right now, just hiding off in the corner.
You think they know? It's kind of... I don't think he made any noise.
I mean, Nesmart, yeah.
No, they didn't know, but still, that information will be communicated over by Nesmart. You might not have known before, but they certainly found out quickly. But it's still going to have to be double the current amount of rounds for you, Ottawa, to be able to pull this back to just a tied game. That's still just overtime confirmed. So, a long road to this victory, potentially.
Yeah, and I mean, you're taking a look right now. Queen's Gales, they have a grand total plus this one. What would be 3 gun rounds total, right? You're taking a look. It's every 2 rounds is what we usually try and call it. But, I mean, they got 5. Well, they got 5 ultimates as well, and I give them the benefit of the doubt right now. They got 5 ultimates to utilize. They dropped 3 of them almost immediately, so they have the 200 force and Blade Storm. So that's why we saw a couple of them not running with full guns. And it's a little bit of confidence, but at the same time, I mean, Enrod opening up with 1 says thank you very much. 30 HP. I'll skedaddle myself back to safety.
Nice opener there by Enrod. Well, I personally, listen, I understand the reasoning, but I would have loved to see Queen's Gales put a little bit more respect down there. But
you want to play? Let's
play. It is what it
play.
is. You're going to have to see if you Ottawa want to stop posturing towards this B site. Like, they have still 3 players there, but it looks like finally they're going to be moving the other direction. Electing to fall back.
Shot that.
A shock bolt. Okay, so double up on the shock bolt. So this is going to ricochet a decent bit. What is this lineup? Right into the top pocket. So just trying to clear out some of the upper levels before they start chasing in themselves. Yeah, I like it too. The question is will it give you the benefit of the doubt? Nesmart gets spotted out. They're going to get into a firefight up top, and they are not winning that charcoal. Doing only a little bit of damage, and then immediately moves out the 2 and a 4. Says, hey, I baited you in real quick. Orgo able to find Cal's life, and all ultimates now being expended. This is going to be Weatherman breaking out against Orgo. This is going to be the null command as well. Viper's Pit, Hunter Series was just used, and the Blade Storm all still being utilized. So Queen's Gales have put in so much, man. And Clappy nails Nesmart, forces him to get pinned against the wall. Weatherman catches Rice Bowl, and I mean, those 5 ultimates were absolutely worth it. Enrod going for the defuse.
Hunter Series is available. Carabin. You have to pull it. It's a little late. It's not going to be enough. It's going to be yet 13-6. Queen's Gales taking their own map pick of Breeze. Solid plays coming through from them, and you know they saved up the ultimates. They pressed those ultimates all at the same time, and they won the round. So, fair enough.
I mean, I would even say they didn't press it all at the same time. They pressed it very calculated and very macro-y. And I know that sounds so silly, but it's true, right? The drop of the Viper's Pit, Enrod pulling off that awesome early frag to kick things off. It started to lean the way of Queen's Scales. And again, for them, a team that's currently 0-2, getting a first map victory has to be great for the confidence booster, right? Moving into this second round, it's going to be necessary. Icebox is one that is well versed by multiple teams, and especially for you, Ottawa Gray, who are like, yeah, now we get the chance to send you through the ringer. You got to go in with the confidence boost of some kind. So a 13-6, beautiful score.
That it is. But we're going to have to see if Icebox will be precisely as easy for the Queen Scales, or like you mentioned, if you Ottawa Gray, going to be a little better on their own map pick. We'll be back in just a few moments with map number 2. NECC returns in just a few.
We are back, ready to go here on Icebox on the side of U Ottawa. They're going to be giving it their chance at taking a map away. And I mean, Queen's Gales, we got to give them credit. 0-2 and firing on all cylinders here off their map pick. Going to a little bit more chilly of a spot. Hopefully the guns still work and don't get locked up.
Certainly is going to be an interesting conversation point. U Ottawa, well, listen, they had some good moments. They're at the back end. Early on for Breeze, it was a bit of a wash for me. I was not impressed in the slightest. And so as we move things forward, I think that the biggest question mark will be, number one, will Kiwis Are Awesome continue to have the impact that they did in the second half of Breeze? And number two, are Queen's Gales as good at Icebox as they showed us on Breeze?
Yeah, I mean, you're taking a look at the kill spread that Queen's Gales had, and it was a spread between 16 and 11, just a 5-kill difference between all of them. Enrod and Cal ended just below Kiwis Are Awesome at 16 apiece. They were very efficient at spreading out a lot of their carry potential and their aggression, right? That's what we were looking at. But as you said, it's very important, right? Kiwis Are Awesome, very phenomenal time. And then Rice Bowl, close second there, right? 15 frags at the end of the day. It was very, very fun to watch. But we do have to see them step up, right? This is the time for these two teams to kind of show us what they got and give us that beat drop maybe at the end of it. I want to see. I'm gonna jinx it, right? I want to see a game 3 between these two teams. I want to see U Ottawa Gray come online.
Orbital, Overwatch doesn't release for another day. Come on, man. That's the wrong day.
I got Overwatch on the mind.
Clearly, apparently. Queen's Gales, though, they have got nothing but Valorant on the brain. And they're going to be pushing this to the limit if they can. Of course, that is a big, fat if right there. U Ottawa on the attack. Frenzy, couple of upgraded ghosts. See what they can do. Okay, Cal. How's it going, bud? Starting out strong, I see. And, ooh, Clefty gonna get the chance, but a quick, swift move away. On the other side. Was that a riot gun, buddy?
I don't know. I've never seen one. It feels like it feels like that.
Hold on, go back
that
to
very,
Clefty.
very.
Well.
Hey! That's awesome. That's awesome. I don't know. I've never seen one. I've never had the luck of having
that's
one.
lies.
So.
If you message Orbital on Twitter, he'll give you a riot gun, buddy.
No, don't you dare say that. Why would you say that? Hey, we
Gonna be
had to
doing
talk last time.
some good work.
Oh man.
Interviews continuing. I don't think he's gonna be able to do anything about it. Yeah, that is gonna be free for Queen's Gales. That wall doing a lot of work. Weatherman putting it in the right place.
I mean, Cal, I understand that it was a team effort there, but Cal's on track. I swear if we went back and took a look at some of the other rounds, I swear Cal has a 50% chance to land a 2K. Like every time. I swear every other round we're hearing Cal 1 kill, 2 kills, and then just like whatever else they want to do, right? This is ridiculous. This is getting out of control. We said it before. And I was curious, right? Is Breeze the only map that they're really doing this one on? But Queen's Gales are showing like, hey, either they're in the zone, something changed between weeks 1 and 2 and 3, And yes, it's only the pistol, but they still feel like they got the absolute fire they had from game number 1.
I can agree with that. Yeah, I mean, it definitely does feel like they have that fire underneath them. Getting that first victory is absolutely on the cards. And as a mark, they can stop that from happening. These stingers, especially close range like they are now, incredibly effective, but Oregon through the boxes there, getting tagged down in Rod. Now in Lord Flappy, needing a bit of utility to V2 Cherubin.
Last player standing.
Was good. Pretty quick stall out there for the U Ottawa Gray side, but Queen's Gales, they let it get just a bit out of hand, Orbital.
That was through the smoke. I'm not happy that happens because I know what it's like to be on the other side of that, right?
Pain.
I know what it's like to get
Massive pain.
it's just like, bruh, like, give me a chance to react, please. Don't just spray and pray and lock me out of the round. I mean, Queen's Gales, we did have a feeling they were going to win that round, but...
Orbital, do you see what I see? You see what's in the hands of Clappy?
I didn't want to touch on it because I'm still expecting a sell back. Nah, it's there, Clappy. Let's go!
Oh, my goodness. Round 3 up. We are here for some domination. Clappy wants it, and he wants it bad.
I love it. This is straight confidence, right? Queen's Gales, they have all the confidence in the world, and Nezabar is ready to try and cut them down to size, right? Beautiful shot to kick things off on Weatherman. Can they follow through there? Cherubin getting a few picks here and there, and a little bit of a hard time following up, though. Queen's Gales the opportunity and time a day in Enrod. Gets a little clip in the back after taking that headshot.
I think that's the second consecutive opening pick that Nezabar has picked up. Pretty sure. So let's keep our eye on that. A storyline potentially developing there. But the storyline here is the operator versus the rest of this squad, but the toxic screen.
Oh.
Okay, well, was denying information, positioning, and just taking out the classic at the right time. Nice work from Clappy.
30 seconds left.
That was a little too close for comfort, to be honest.
Oh man, that was I got the gun, I'm still gonna look. Clappy gets a third, and Cal finishes it off. Clappy, I understand you want to style with that buy, but there's a difference between styling and just wrecking. There, a third round op buy, putting Clappy at 6-2-1. Queen's Gales, I had some reservations, but I'm gonna say it right now. They are in the zone. They are playing at a very strong level, one that we have not seen in previous weeks. And if they keep this up, there is a chance to get off to a great run on this defensive side. Ottawa getting guns in their hand, though. This is the real kind of turning point. This is the point where they're going to try their best to hold off with a tour de force in hand as well.
Maybe that could be the ticket. Of course, it's a big maybe, but Kiwis, there's another opening pick. It's time for Ottawa. Oh, and that is going to give the information. Orgo trying to take advantage of it.
Oh, great flush.
All of the utility forcing Clappy into the open. Punishment for the aggression being shown. Weatherman, though, on the side is still alive and kicking. Orgo. Where was Orgo at? Oh, all the way up in towards the site. That was incredibly aggressive.
At this point, they do have the man advantage, so it's just saying, hey, we're going to go ahead and try and push for it. I think that's okay. Kiwis are awesome. He's going to get that plant down, and Queen's Gale is going to try and buck pass with 2 left alive. Cal looking up to the rooftop, and inside of that little hallway is able to find one for another headshot as the wall goes up from the Viper. 15 HP, though. A little bit dangerous.
One enemy remaining.
Looking through the corner, Rice Bowl able to finish off Cal. 1v3 with a tour de force in play. Weatherman saying, it's a bit of a rainy day. I might need to take a rain check.
Yeah, I'd like to see him get an exit or two here, like that, for example. Nicely done. 6 bullets still prepared in the magazine. Not really enough time to be going for anything more. The damage is done economically. Ottawa Gray, yes, they won the round. They are still not quite out of this one yet. Queen's Gales. What does their money look like? That's the real key for me, Orbital. Oh, okay. I was concerned that the op buy there in so early and then it going down would be a problem, but Clappy has the Blade Storm and everybody else seems to have enough cash, so all's well that ends well, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, if Clappy wanted to, I think they could even buy up here with a regular gun and instead goes for the shorty.
I mean,
Clappy, yeah, Clappy dropped 3, by the way. I think that's why the money is still okay right there, so it was well done while they did have it. Right now, 3-1. Bladestorm is up, but Shorty is even more so. You Ottawa Gray spread out a little bit through that mid. You can see 2 angle through, but Clappy throws 3 knives into the wall. Only has 1 remaining, and Nezamart says, hey, Cal, this is going to be great. Cherubin finds Clappy's life. It's down to a 5v3. Queen's Gales went for a little bit of a ballsy play, and do bite the dust on that one.
Once that's going down, I mean, Queen's Gales fall apart. 2 players down and out. Rotation over to B, where there ain't nobody home. Mid pick, the A pick. It's all good here for you, Ottawa. And I'd like to see a save here. I don't think Queen's Gales are going to be interested in regaling me with what I want, but it seems to me like 3 players versus 5, especially considering that the ultimates not particularly favoring them might be a save situation.
Well, you know what? They're not gonna listen to your advice and are gonna charge in, get some sprays down, and look to get a couple frags on their own way. Kiwis are awesome, hiding off in this wing and just waiting around, saying, "Hey, give me a chance." Nezamart absolutely demolishes Charcoal, and Rod and Weatherman able to grab 1 apiece before Nezamart gets a 3K. Looking for 1 more, a little bit of a drop. Weatherman almost gets the 3rd, but Cherubin finishes it off. 3 alive for you, Ottawa Gray, as they storm back 1 away from tying Queen's Gales up.
Yeah, it's disappointing. You know, listen, I'm just out here giving away advice for free. Not even cost them a darn thing. You know, never mind that they can't hear me or anything like that. or that, you know, maybe they had a plan in that one. Unfortunately, whatever the plan was, it really didn't go that well. We were just able to find 2 out of the 5 players remaining, and with 3 surviving, there's still the fact that Pyramid is working with the ultimate there. Rez as well available. But Inrod is putting down the Viper's Pit. Real stopping power applied to the inside.
With a little bit of light armor, if you remember seeing it. They bought up the weapons, but the armor is a little bit light, so being able to gather that is good, but I mean, that Viper Spit is already down. Orgo with a good spray is able to lock that one down. And we have A-Side almost completely open. Cherubin just going to snipe through, try and clear out some space for the rest of the team. Ottawa Gray go, hey, this is almost perfect. Wall goes up as Kiwis are awesome. Like, to try and get that plan down. Weatherman finds the enemy Viper. And aside from that, in comes the showstopper. Orgo! Clappy coming up the wall said, I made a mistake. Nezamart and Kiwis say, yeah, you really did the same. Firing all the way through. You Ottawa Gray looking like a shoe-in for the 6th round.
Yeah. Double op invested as well. An operator purchase as well. That's smart. Could have shut that down. 3 rounds down for you, Ottawa. They are doing exactly what I wanted to see them do back on Breeze. They've gotten some confidence back. They're playing aggressive and they're playing together, using their ultimates very effectively. I think back to Orgo throwing that showstopper out in the last round was really a testament to what we've been seeing from you, Ottawa Gray. This round, though, Queen's Gales, they're working with pots and pans. It's the quasi-buy. Very little in the way of rifles. They've got some judges, or a judge, I should say. Cal has that.
The judge we've seen can do some work this time around, though. Rifles, not going to eat that one up. Oh, but Clappy dodging out on that op shot, able to get the headshot on the opponent. And now it's a little bit more even with that weapon in hand. Queen's Gales might have an opportunity if they can find 1 or 2 really convincing frags.
A little bit of an unfortunate bounce there on the pink shells from Orgo, but that op, there it goes. Trying to push it to the limit. Find the advantage left and right. Orgo committed to the fight. They'll end up taking 2 down, but not before trade comes through. A 2v2 now. Viper's Pit could be thrown in, but it's really
Last
shock
player
darts and
standing.
snake bites that are the problem. Clappy doesn't really have the time or the armor to work with in this scenario, so we're going to go for the saved weapon. So the operator, number 1, recovered, brought over to the next round, and also got a kill. So Clappy doing pretty much maximum work by recovering that thing.
Doing all the work and just kind of leaving the objective to play, but you do what you got to do. Give yourselves 5 weapons to mess around with. You Ottawa Gray taking the lead here, 4-3. Feeling pretty good about it as well. Queen's Gales though, so far, what?
This is U Ottawa's first lead this series.
Yeah, that's I didn't want to get too far. I want to see him get 2 rounds before we can truly call it the lead. But yes, this is the first time they are up in round score.
Yeah.
For this entire series.
I mean, you know, I say that not to, you know, apply that additional pressure to them, but just because it is something that you don't necessarily see as you're one map into a series, especially considering a team with the success that U Ottawa's had in the first 2 weeks.
Helps a lot, you know, just to have that lead and just to have that little bit of constant boost, as you said. But right now, Queen's Gales also with a little bit of a budget. They don't have as many ultimates, so they're relying on the gun power to even things up. And Cal again with a double kill before falling again and again. Cal trying to make these plays happen, whether they hit or not. It's working very, very well. So 2 down on the side of U Ottawa Gray, putting a little bit of a stop to the B-side push. Queen's Gales opening up with the operator, just trying to seek a little bit more.
That player over towards mid, though, Nesimart is being a real thorn in the side of Queen's Gales. They can't safely try and push back the B aggression without
30
that
seconds
player
left.
dissuaded from this endeavor. Of course, Nesimart very committed to this at this point. And Enrod is going to find the timing. So now, with the push out through A, Clappy has all the info to confirm that this still has to be a B hit. There's only 10 seconds left, so a rotation
10
not
seconds
even
left.
available, even if it were wanted or possible. Cherubin at least picking up that one. The plant, is that too late? It's close. No, they still do pick it up. 2v3 now. The HP for Enrod is not there, though. And this confirmation into the 2-on-2 could make this absolutely doable. Big situation right now.
Oh,
enemy
that's
remaining.
cheating, Weatherman. But Weatherman baits out their own teammate, and Cherubin picks up a 3rd. So of all times to have this happen, Clappy is actually going to go for the defuse. Inside of the smoke, another smoke goes down, and you're just trying that shock bolt, but yeah, pros don't fake. Clappy gets the defuse, wins the round, and U Ottawa Gray right back into its high. Of all times to have that happen, back and forth, Cherubin making it so close, but Clappy, a ridiculous stay on the spike.
Did Weatherman res charcoal there?
Yes, and then immediately both died.
Yeah, that's toxic. I mean, listen, it won the round, so I'm kidding, of course, but poor Charcoal, just getting deaths farmed out. But it is what it is. If it does equal around random, I'm sure they'll be fine with it. Tour de force is out this time for the attackers, and that is solid information. Clappy didn't quite take advantage of it, though. Oh, and that's a nice quick as you like from Clappy.
I'm amazed that the Owl Drone didn't get in the way. That's what I was surprised about. Rizeful able to fly Clappy on the backside, so off is down, but in comes the Poison Pit. Viper's Pit going down, and so is the wall. But guess who has an ult clearing ult? It is Charcoal, looking for one more snap, able to tag Charcoal on the head. They're not tagging Charcoal in the enemy territory. U Ottawa Gray gonna try and stall out, but Enrod has a perfect flank for 1 and 2 more. Peeking out of the zone, Enrod grabs the second before falling on their own. But Cherubin, you're the last one standing. You got not too much to stand on. And it'll be 3 Queen's Gales as soon as U Ottawa gather a lead. Queen's Gales rips it right back.
Great response from Queen's Gales. Love to see what we were having there. Clappy, that opening pick, the success in that is definitely a factor. But not only is that opening pick success a factor, but also Clappy in that previous round, right before this last one, getting aggressive at A, consistently knowing the information that U Ottawa had to be committing B there, just doing a lot of good work is Clappy, not just on the scoreboard, but with regard to the communication, the positioning, and everything else. U Ottawa, though, not quite out of this yet. Their run of rounds has netted them a pretty large bank of economy. Look at this. Again, aggression at A. Clappy is literally just walking forward, and nobody's home.
Giving away that much information. You Ottawa Gray are playing by their own rule book, by their own playbook. And they, no, I don't care what you do. In comes the wall, in comes a little poison, and Cal was able to spray down on one from up above. Actually, not up above. Fell down to ground level.
Orgo.
That's another fantastic pick, and Nezamart fires right back, pulling off of Cal. Orgo not gonna find Cal's life, and it's only 2 defenders, so Ottawa Gray fire right back. Charcoal can't make heads or tails of it. Nezamart with a 3K. Charcoal is dead. The snap of the op, and it doesn't catch Nezamart with a 4K.
Two quick rounds from Queen's Gales instantly turned on their head. The amount of money in the back pockets of U Ottawa gave them enough to be able to weather that storm and go for the buy into this one and keep themselves alive. A little bit ridiculous situation that Orga was able to push all the way that far forward, and Nezamart was the one to connect all of the kills, but it was the positioning that really was the factor. Queen's Gales need to probably be dealing with that a little better in the future. Of course, there's only 2 more rounds here in the half, so we'll be seeing only 2 of those coming up. U Ottawa, more aggression from Glappy.
A little knife in the wall. It's like, hey, find me, and the right click doesn't grab anything. Even the smoke can't do too much. So Kiwis are awesome, chasing after Clappy, who gets decommissioned right in front of the A site. Kiwis are awesome, gonna chase in with the spike handler behind, and the rest of the squad gonna flood in. Queen's Gales very, very thinly spread out outside of the site. They do their best to try and rotate in. Orgo setting out a boom bot. Get some information, and the Hunter Siri comes out to get some more. Cherubin finds Cal. Kiwis are awesome, finds Enrod. Cherubin was looking for just 1 more kill.
I would love to see Cherubin hang on to that for like a gun round or something, but it's a small complaint and a nitpick you want at that, so we'll move on. Nezamart trying to move along. Unfortunately, his head has been separated from his body, and that's not so good for the whole living thing. Weatherman gonna do the same for Orgo, and suddenly damage getting a little out of hand maybe. Queen's Gales looking to attempt this retake now. There's nobody committed on towards the site, but both weapons in hand. The flank is just that much more effective. Kiwis are awesome for the quad.
At this point, they're just taking turns getting the quad on U Ottawa. They're just walking around taking turns getting quads and racking up their kill feed. And Kiwis now, with that quad specifically, bounces above Rice Bowl, who I was really pinging as being that kind of interesting pickup and seeing if they can carry over their performance in game number 1. So far, sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, 3, 6, and 4. And we get to see that a bit more, right? With those 4 kills, Kiwis are awesome, getting a resurrection, giving someone an extra life.
Here.
Hopefully not in front of the enemy gunfire, but you know what? You take what you can get sometimes.
Yeah. We're giving Queen's Gales a whole bunch of hard times for that, considering they won the round, you know?
Yeah.
But it's just
we could only pick out one thing.
It's a
we
fun
could only
meme.
pick out one thing.
It is just a fun move. Cherubin, opening pick, and that's been something pretty consistent for U Ottawa. Not just for Cherubin, but for the whole squad, is that they've been pretty darn effective at these opening picks. Chance here, though, for Rice Bowl to have impact. It's denied by Cal.
You will not kill my
but it's
ally.
going to be the insta-res. There we go. A player bringing it back. And, you know, it's understandable that U Ottawa are holding this push. It's Inrod this time, but it's been Clappy almost every round. He's been pushing that area. Finally, Inrod, though, going to fall back.
The rest of the squad saying, okay. May not want to push it that hard, but U Ottawa Gray, because of that resurrection, they say, hey, we have a bit more time to play. We have 4 members. Let's go ahead, Rotate away. Oh no. Oh
enemy
no, this is the
remaining.
spray!
Left.
Enrod! We got the tail end. We know exactly what happened. Enrod annihilates 3 with that.
Big positioning advantage
I
there.
have the spike.
And, I mean, once again, you should know to be swinging that. You need to check it. You know the aggression was there before, but time not on
10
Cherubin's
seconds
side.
left.
Scanning ahead.
This is going to be a 6-6 unless something crazy happens. Cherubin, there's no time to swing all these angles. Spike, not possible. Bobby going to close out half. It's all tied back up, and it seems like that.
Switching sides.
That's exactly the way it should be. After the half we had, it was, you know, Queen's Gales sort of running out to that early start. Ottawa with a run of their own, and then got real back and forth at the tail end of that half.
6-6 of all times, right? After watching what Queen's Gales put down in game number 1, to think we're at 6-6 lends itself to the notion that you Ottawa Gray are just like, yeah, we know what we did wrong in game 1. Maybe a little bit of practice error, but they're back up. Cherubin and Nezamart leading the charge at 14 and 13. And I'm terrified to see if they can do even more on the defensive side. Their composition doesn't lend itself to perfect defensive positioning, but it can still be utilized, right? It can still be heavily utilized in their favor, but Clappy just saying, hey, I know someone's around the corner. I know someone's waiting around the corner for this, and yeah, is spotted out. And Nezamart tried to be sneaky, and Enderod said no thank you.
No, it might have been better just for Nezart's spot to go out of that one.
Yeah,
Instead of committing to
maybe.
the fight, but yeah, you know, what do I know? Queen's Gales.
You were right one time when they didn't listen to you. You were just like, what?
Yeah, that's definitely it. Look at the HP. Very low on a couple of players there for Queen's Gales, but unfortunately that's not so relevant if the players are unable to move forward themselves. 2v4, actually 5. All 5 still standing here for the Queen's Gales squad.
Powerful start
Last
here. And again,
player
we get a
standing.
taste of what we saw back on Green, right? The aggression coming out. And I mean, I really like Queen's Gales on their aggression at Cal. Cal picked up that shorty and ran with it. I love it. What is up with these chambers and shorties? I don't know what's going on. Eyes are open though. 7-6. Queen's Gales picks up the pistol. It was a little bit close. HP's low on all ends, but you Ottawa Gray gonna try their best as well after this round. Gonna go ahead and save up as they didn't get too much, and Queen's Gales should have a decent time gathering up the kills here.
Should be easy enough, though that is always easier said than done. I mean, 5 SMGs, Spectres for everyone. What could go wrong? Especially when it's a B-side stack and you got an A-side wide open. The real question is, when are Queen's Gales going to realize there's 5 on the flank?
I don't know. This is oh well, someone's gonna realize this, and it's Clappy first that calls it out, and Charcoal able to follow up. Clappy goes ahead and annihilates one for them. 2 down so far. Smokes are out to just disorientate, completely bamboozle everyone. Cherubin is able to get one, but Charcoal says, yeah, that's all you're gonna get. The full collapse in as Rice Bowl is able to find Weatherman, and Charcoal wants one more. Charcoal is gonna reload and get destroyed from the back. Down to a 2v2. You Ottawa have a chance.
Guys, it's not supposed to go like this. The script.
Stick with the script. Stick with the script.
Queen's Gales making this get a little bit
Oh, okay,
dicey.
okay. Hey, there it is. Hey.
Cal's gonna stop the craziness from occurring any further. But I mean, listen, you win the round, great. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it really does put the economy of Queen's Gales in a very weird spot here, Orbital, because they don't really have enough to go buy guns and just play this like a gun round, but they also don't have enough to just play it as a bonus because they have to buy 3 guns.
Yeah, they're just like, I don't know what's going on. And I mean, 2K Cal at this point is going to try and do their best at the very top there on the rungs, but let's see what they can do, because I mean, how close that was. Queen's Gales could have the opportunity for themselves as well. Let's see what they can do. You Ottawa Gray prepping appropriately with a long defense, and Rice Bowl says, hey, found him. Guys, we found him. We know exactly what they're doing here. A-site getting a little bit bamboozled. As Rifle's going to back up, wait for the rest of the team, and a long point coming out from that Sage just to double check that B side. Poison goes out just a bit shy of that corner. That'll be the Sova on Queen's Gales going, oh, I'm going to hide here. Charcoal does not want to move an inch.
I was worried that Weisbull might have been sort of baited into a false sense of security there, but it seems like that was an unnecessary worry on my part. I was aware of Charcoal's position, but Queen's Gales, the two-man disadvantage. Well, maybe less than that now. It's down to just one. Weisbull still looking to stand tall here. Playing around.
30 seconds
Angle.
left.
Inrod, how has he just done so much good work? The movement of this Inrod individual is just absolutely on fire.
Oh my
Spike
God.
down A.
Options
Last
to take
player
shots at.
standing.
Superman was winnable, but UVs are also a little too fast.
And I will say this, I think it's you Ottawa Gray that have been actually really good about flushing out their opponents, right? We are seeing paint shells being used in poison drops, the things to be dropped that are not really used because they say, hey, we know the opponent's there and we're trying to get damage. It's we understand that they're going to move, so let's go ahead and get in position to light them up when they have to swing outwards, right? And I give a lot of props to a big reason why you Ottawa Gray are still this close in the running, right? On this map, they feel a bit more confident taking those swing fights and are now only one round behind, and using that Viper's Pit gonna lock off that ace site, and Weatherman is able to find Nezamar, who was the sole defender of B. What a surprise we had as we see a massive amount of rotation coming out of you Ottawa Gray as they hype their way over to B site.
Cherubin is going to be there in time to at least be on the site, but shock darts are all he can throw at the situation. Weatherman walking into that one. That's massive damage. That was maximum, actually. All 50 armor plus 25 HP. So, Scales walking in with an advantage, yes, but that advantage pushed to the maximum by Inrod once again, making this not only
One
winnable, but
enemy
just
remaining.
a little bit more doable. Clappy on the double kill and Clappy on the third. Flawless.
All right. 2K Cal and 3K Clappy, I guess is what we're gonna call this now. They're still battling over the top spot. Enrod's in there as well, just hitting homers every single time. I mean, I'm gonna say, I don't care what anyone says right now, they had their training arc. Their training arc has been completed, whether they win this game out or not. They're a force to be reckoned with. You Ottawa Gray at the same time. Cherubin coming out with some phenomenal Hunter series with those shock bolts, with that information, 16 and 10, and Nezamart as well. The swings by these two have been so aggressive and so on point. It's rivaling Queen's Gales. It's just sometimes a little bit slow and the team not backing them up. You Ottawa Gray have their own strengths. Just, again, few more rounds, and right now into this semi-save round. Couple buys with those SMGs. It's going to be a problem as Enrod and Cal pad one apiece. Enrod actually pads two, and Cal says, I'll match it with that one. Chase for the third for a full house. Cherubin goes, I don't want to give either of you guys a kill. Can you just stay away from me?
Well, in fairness, Cherubin walking in doesn't have anyone looking his way. Okay, now that's... Okay, listen. It's true for a moment. Was, I swear. Charcoal turns around, as does the chamber of Cal. But Queen's Gales, double digits. This has been such a close game. Continues to be so here, but you Ottawa in a real interesting position, Orbital. This round is important because, well, I think Queen's Gales will win this map if they win this round. There's a lot of reasoning behind that, but just the numbers really suggest so. With you Ottawa going to be struggling for a purchase otherwise, and Queen's Gales up to 11 if they take this.
I think that's something that I would love to hear more about, especially if we do see them win, right? The mechanics behind round counting almost, and I mean, Cal says, let's give it a chance. Hey, listen, Cal, you have to get another kill now. You took one. You're not allowed to only get 1 or 3 kills. You have to only get 2. I named you 2K Cal for a reason. You better, Cal, we had an agreement here.
Cal, come on. Don't let my boy Orbital down. That's uncalled for. Jokes aside, Clappy holding back the aggression. And,
yes!
Weatherman.
Yes!
He's brought
Yeah.
it back. They heard.
Let's go.
Out of target.
I'm dying over here. Enrod is going to fall. Orgo absolutely annihilates with 2 utility kills. Back-to-back. Kiwis are awesome. It's going to get a headshot. Charcoal is going to fall or find a kill. Orgo is going to get a 3K. Finds Cal Weatherman in a 1v3 scenario, and you can't defend the spike that way. The Rez did absolutely nothing as you Ottawa Gray get around seemingly out of nowhere. But what was that utility?
Yeah, I'm really confused at how Orgo found 2 back-to-back kills with the boom bot, then the paint shells. I mean, part of that was absolutely the owl drone tagging up on Inrod, and that's why Inrod goes down. I'm almost certain, but I don't know what else happened to push that scenario into existence, but
You want to
whatever
play?
it was,
Let's play.
it's the next round. We're gonna have to refocus and reset. Orgo. There we go. Give him another. He's got a double. The old twofer.
Feels good, man. Feels good. All the utility. Just screw getting a gun. Just buy your abilities and run with it. That's 3 in 2 rounds. That is a ridiculous scoreline to have. And now it's Queen's Gales to fight back. Hiding around the corner, Nezamard takes a quick snapshot. Can't get the shot off. And it's going to back away here. Ready to go with the rest of the team. The poison goes down. The wall is up. It's going to be called. In comes the Hunter Series, just trying to snipe out. Tagging one. You track through and you find Weatherman. Cherubin says, open up that site. Give us a chance to defeat.
A real chance here, but Inrod there to defend, playing a dangerous game. You Ottawa retakers. Wall out. Hunter's Fury could absolutely be a factor. Denial there by Charcoal. No need for the Hunter's Fury just yet. But now it's going to come out, but it's too late. Not quick enough for Charcoal. They needed to be swapped up. Inrod should have been the one taking those fights, whilst Charcoal pulled the Fury out of his pocket. But instead, Queen's Gales fall once again for the second time in a row. New Ottawa looking to make a comeback.
You know, it's a toss-up for me about what's the worst way to lose a round, like what's the worst feeling to lose a round, and one of them is to lose a round as the defenders and the spike goes off as you're defusing, right? That feels kind of bad. The other one is getting a defusal snuck out from not once but twice in a row. Your morale is kind of shot here, and that's why I feel like that was a little run forward. Queen's Gales, I mean, I don't want to say their mental's broken just yet. They're still in the lead, but you Ottawa opening up with the first blood, looking for a few more. As Queen's Gales go ahead and run down this B side.
They aren't getting things started well, but Cal, once again, has had some serious success. Nezamart back for more. And I feel like it's going to be hard to integrate him in this angle. No, maybe not. Pre-fire is successful, but Nezamart's shots connect.
Down B.
Wide swing as well. Nezamart goes for the quad.
And I'm not going to lie, I want to see Queen's Gales pull a timeout right now, right? I feel after that round you saw what happened. You Ottawa Gray on point, right? Yes, this is what was necessary, right? It felt like Queen's Gales were rushing a little bit. The shots seemed a little bit off base. They need to calm down. Say, hey, you know what? We're up 1. We know we want to end it here, but you can't get antsy, right? I felt like they were just pushing a little bit too fast, trying to swing for those wide angles, going a little bit crazy with the shots. Slow down. Breathe a little bit. Give yourself a little bit more time to work with. You still have a chance. You Ottawa Gray are the ones fighting for their match, right? If they lose this one, it's 2 away from losing out on this map. They're the ones that should feel all the pressure.
You're absolutely right. Pressure maximized at the moment, but either way, I will say for me, Queen's Gales, they've gotten out of the habit of what we were seeing them be so successful with before, right? With some of that aggression, kind of working with the timings. They've been very one-dimensional in their attacks on the attack side of Icebox, where, I mean, I guess you could say that was true on Breeze, but it didn't feel as much of a problem, or it wasn't a problem because of their success. Now, success a little bit more limited, 4 rounds for either side in the half, and Queen's Gales now walking into a very important round.
And you also pause right as the major weapons come out. Nezamart going ahead, hiding around inside of that ramp play, saying, "Hey, come on, someone come walk in my gun, please. I want to kill. I want to kill." Queen's Gale's taking it slower, and the talk works, grabbing that op out. Enrod is able to find that shot. Orgo looking for a couple more util kills, but this time it's just damage. Orgo slings on the Cal. Gets spotted out on the back end. Is able to chase away, getting tagged down to 70. A great frag to go ahead and lock it up. Gets a quick heal. Queen's Gales and Ottawa Gray right back to ground zero, 4-on-4.
This is some of that slower play though that I kind of want to see from Queen's Gales. They're very much rethinking these situations. They've actually decided correctly what site is empty, but the usage of this toxic strain has given away the information that the push is going to be coming, and Kiwis are awesome. It's brought Nezamart back from the grave, and of all the people to bring back, that is a very deadly one to bring.
30 seconds left.
And Rice Bowl able to find Clappy out there in the mid. Charcoal finds Orgo, but Cherubin finds Charcoal. And I mean, the kills back and forth are not going to lean in Queen's Gale's favor. 2 left alive to try and hold this. Poison goes out. Enrod just trying to lay down the last
player
holds.
standing.
And I mean, Cherubin with a great peek finds Weatherman, and Cherubin locks it down with the 3K. Even though they pause, even though they try to regroup themselves, Ottawa Gray know and feel like they are in a winning position to push this to a game 3.
Seemingly right on the cusp of doing just that. Ottawa, you know, it kind of felt like the first half of this was them kind of finding their footing, not quite on for some of these rounds, but these last 4 or 5 rounds have been just flawless seemingly. And I know that's not technically true, but Ottawa have done all the right things. They've made the right moves, and it's been Queen's Gales that have struggled. So Ottawa are on that comeback trail, looking to push themselves to our 3rd map. That will be Bind.
Get out of my
From
way.
ice to desert would be an interesting adjustment.
Toxins going up.
Well, you know, we've already gone from the beach to ice, so I mean, I think that's par for the course right there. So
Fair.
we're going all the way through, but eyes are open. Clappy tried to get a couple knives out and threw one, couldn't find anything, and said, "Hey, not the place to be." But take a look at that line of sight. Take a look at where they're looking. Nezamart lines it up, knocks down Clappy. I mean, you could probably take another swing, but my gosh, that's all you needed to slow down their charge. And a second one lines up. Enrod gives a second over. And now with the rendezvous, looking for a third. And you can see it here. Queen's Gales go, we don't even know where they rendezvous to. We have no idea if the next corner we go through is going to be our death.
It's impossible to know. I mean, that's the real power of that rendezvous. I mean, that and getting away near instantaneously from danger lurking around every corner. But regardless, Cal trying to be the prospector here, looking for potential to hit gold, but the only thing he's going to get is a brick wall. Weatherman last alive, but only for a moment. It's 12-10. Ottawa Gray. They don't play map 2s. They only play map 3s.
Thankfully, Queen's Gales have a little bit of a history of also going to 3. And mind you, the way they did so was a bit frustrating. It's the one that they lost. I'm not trying to jinx it, but I have a tendency to jinx things. Queen's Gales, in the second week of this league, in the second map of that series, went 17-15. It was the only one they won against St. Clair Academy Red. So, I mean, there's a chance, but Nezamart says, no. We're not playing this song and dance. Let's make our way to another map instead of Icebox. First frag down.
Nezamart has been so critical in the role of pushing Ottawa Gray into that situation. And it is fitting that he does the same here. Of course, Orgo in that same boat, taking back to that round with 2 kills with utility. Anyways, in the first fight, attempting over their feet to dash over the top.
Oh.
What patience from Kiwis are awesome.
1 enemy remaining.
Takes 2 of them
Defenders
before
win.
pushing all the way. 13-10. for the U Ottawa Gray side. They are indeed not going to be out of this one yet. They will be pushing us to another map 3 and keeping the dream alive of only third mappers for this U Ottawa team.
You know, I know teams that try and go for 2-0 sweeps every single time. They go for like the perfect run. I've never heard it done this way. I think U Ottawa are actually on par to claim the title of most rounds played in the regular season. I think that's what they're going for, right? They are hard pressing this so well, and I give credit where credit is due, right? U Ottawa Gray, something changed in about 3/4 of the way through that map. There was a slight change of perspective or something on the defensive side. They seemed to click just a little bit more. They were landing those shots, really causing some havoc. You know, that angle held by Nezamart, you pointed it out. I don't remember if they were able to actually lock in the highest KDA, but it felt like it, right? Those swing peaks, the mid hold on Icebox, clutch to slow down Queen's Gales. It was so impressive.
Yeah, Nezamart did lock down that the highest kills on the server, 22 and 15 was that, by the way. But it wasn't just those individual kills, it was the first bloods. No one else even close at 6 for Nezamart. That's what really, I think, helped push this U Ottawa team over the edge. But with that being said, Orbital, map 3 is coming up. It's going to be bind, and, well, we are going to have to get prepared for the desert. We're going to go collect some water. You should, too. Grab a snack, because we are going to be strapping in for another map coming up next, the NECC.
And we are back, ready to go for game number 3, the final chapter in this saga. And I mean, we had the ramp-up arcs. We had the training arcs for both squads. Goku went into the hyperbolic time chamber first, and then it was Vegeta. Now they're just duking it out at the final stand. This is getting out of control.
That is, you have set the stage up very high for this one. I mean, it is Challengers Division after all. Queen Scales, they dominated map number 1, man. They really did. I was impressed. Thought they would be pushing this U Ottawa team to the limit, but it was U Ottawa that did the pushing. Queen Scales over on Icebox, but we head in towards the desert of Bind, and it is going to be interesting. I think that, you know, you and I were discussing kind of our thoughts and approaches as we headed into this map, and I think that we were in agreement that U Ottawa, to have both Orgo and Cherubon both pick up the pace in such a significant way and join Nezumar in what was a dominant performance, both in the fragging potential as well as the utility, was imperative. And I think we're going to have to continue to see that here if U Ottawa want to pick up the victory. But remember, Queen's Gales still on the lookout for their first win of the NECC season, and that could be here and now.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're taking a look at Cherubin and Orgo and Nezumar, we have to take a look at the other side, right? Cal in game number 1, it was Cal, right? Getting so many opening frags, getting so many awesome picks, and then we could not discount the fact that Enrod was also up there, right? Game number 1, highest frag for the team was 16, matching Cal, and then in game 2, fragging out at 19 as well. So these teams are absolutely turning it up and turning up the heat here, and I'm so excited. There's no way to tell really who is going to come out on top until we get into this game, and that is what you like to see. You like to see the stakes completely messed up. This is anyone's time to go ahead and carry on the victory. Will it be University of Ottawa Gray picking up their second win, or will Queen's Gales be looking to move into a 1-2 week 3? Only time will tell. The Candy Cane's out. Weathermen, hoping to see some sunny days, or maybe some dark nights here. Nezumar going ahead, getting the rendezvous off, realizing this is quite dangerous, but the blind causing some problems, and that was a point-blank rendezvous. Enrod, I don't know if that was style, a misclick, or whatnot, but it's apparently working because B is completely open.
Huh? Just, huh? That's what I have to say.
Clip it.
All of that equals huh for me. Orgo has brought some reason back to this tomfoolery, bringing in the first kill of the retake. But Cal shutting down Cherubin.
Player standing.
Entirely one-sided. It's down to just Orgo. The Ghost trying to survive. Of course, that's way more difficult than it has any business being.
Team A.
Oracle close range and Nimrod on the longer range duel to take it to the team ace for Queen's Gales. Taking out the whole shenanigans there towards long. Great round for Queen's Gales.
I mean, I think the shenanigans made it better, right? We're talking about both teams being like on point, getting ready for this. First play, flash, run into the wall, rendezvous in place, live to tell the tale. It's like the story you will never believe unless you were there. That's what Enrod's saying right now.
I mean, that's fair. Yeah, I'd be like, you're just making things up, Orbital. Come on, bud. Tell me a believable story. Queen's Gales, their story right now, though, it involves Shorty. No, not Shorty. It goes into the microphone. Unsuccessful.
And Kiwis are awesome, actually getting locked out right there, being forced to use the teleport, and now roundabout with the rest of the team. It's another well-placed round for Queen's Gales, and we know this. We've seen this song and dance before. We've seen them be able to take advantage in the early stages. It's will you Ottawa, after expending so much, I mean, they played so hard in game number 2, can they keep the same high pacing up for game number 3? Right now, Clappy and Charcoal just kind of cleaning up the last few rice bowls. Able to pick up 2 more on the back end, which is not bad at all. And it looks like it's just Kiwis even realizing that, I mean, they're not awesome right now. They're stuck in hookah. They don't want to move anywhere. I mean, this is going to be the round for Queen's Gales.
In fairness, one of these players is pretty low, so Maybe? No. Looks like it's just going to be death via the spike implosion. Kiwis are awesome. Going to take the simple way out. But to be fair, that also denies any sort of additional money for the kill. So, big brain play potentially there.
I mean, it was very, very nice. And again, we've seen, again, this is, you know, they're opening up with the same movement that they had in game number 2 and in game number 1, right? This is Queen's Gale's aggression. It's their consistent proactivity to be in the face of you, Ottawa, and consistently push them into gun duels, whether they like it or not. It's Queen's Gale saying, at this point, after 2 games, after how many series that we have played, getting to this point, we know that we want a victory, and we've identified when we are stronger in that regard. So, you Ottawa Grey, now with weapons in hand, are going to try their hand at taking an aggressive approach. NECC working their way all the way to B-side Fountain. Going to lock down that mid 1-2 split, one in hookah, and further back for Queen's Gales, but none spotted on the side of NECC.
Yeah, I mean, that does give some good information away, I guess, but ultimately, they can't confirm that it's going to be a shot at the gate, but let's say that. Spike has made its way onto the A site. And gone down. You Ottawa
One enemy
doing a
remaining.
fantastic job with Chairman doing the majority of that work. It's a flawless victory as well. You Ottawa great. First gun round, and they're right back in their winning ways.
I mean, that is also, I think, the first time we've seen the third round, the bonus round, actually go in a flawless direction, right, into the lower side's favor. So, you Ottawa Grey retaining every single piece of equipment that they wanted. It's a full gun round. It's a full set for Queen's Gales, and this is where things pop off. Last time we did see, I think it was Queen's Gales coming out with the 3-1 to open up game number 2. Let's see if they can do it again. Let's see if they can give themselves an advantage moving on in their attack and really give themselves an opportunity to get back in control, right? Game number 2 was close. They want to do the same in game 3, but playing up mid, this is the second time that they've tried this hookah range, and sending out quite a bit. A little bit of a trailblazer. A little bit of information. NECC clearing that one out, and now a pink shell to clear him out. Forces the rendezvous.
Yeah, that rendezvous, of course, because of the fact that the paint shells would have destroyed facility. Haunt. Too quickly taken out, going from game. On the back of that flash is perfect, but there's so many players to shoot at. NECC doesn't know which to take out, and he ends up going for broke, finding none at all. Worst case there for NECC. Queen's Gales seemingly putting themselves in a good spot. The Kiwis brought it back. 2v3 now.
Last player standing.
Not just taking it, bringing it back. It was actually a very close one, right? 1 HP right there on one of the players for Queen's Gales. It was not pretty. It was not fun to have.
Satchel out.
In a 1v3 scenario, though, this is going to be a satchel out, and Weatherman said no. Orgo took one step outside of their space and were properly shoved back in their own space. 3-1 for Queen's Gales.
Nice shot by Weatherman. I mean, especially with 1 HP, it's like sometimes you can be a little bit too passive there when you're working with limited HP, but not Weatherman. Not this time. Queen's Gales move through hookah in towards B, and despite the solid attempt to defend the elbow Kiwis put up, still goes Queen's Gales' way, and that 3-1 situation that you were kind of discussing is going to be coming to form. We have Orgo, who's purchased up an Odin. Interesting to see how that goes. An aggression as well in towards Showers. But it is again looking to be a B hit.
I like how you can even hear it off in the distance. You heard a good like, hey, Orgo got the kill. It's the first Odin that we've had all series, and to break it out in game number 3, I know had to surprise the heck out of Queen's Gales, right? Just like, what, really? Really, you're bringing this out right now? It's akin to the auto sniper in CSGO. Like, really? You're bringing this out to us right now? Queen's Gales do bite back. They're able to grab one on their own side, and that was a Sky as well. So, a little bit less in the flashbang categories. Maybe reworked it into this. You Ottawa Grey. Gonna try and mow down, but Clappy says the Vandal's better than the Odin.
In fairness, does get 2 with the price of 1 there. Sprite control working in the presence. The Nightfall going to confirm the positioning of Rice Bowl, but Smart from the flank is now aware of the additional player on the site. They got to take the fight together, but now perfect timing on the blind. The paranoia.
One enemy
Moves
remaining.
it out. Nezamart with the frag. It's the Weatherman. Position on the site, and Rice Bowl shuts it down. That paranoia really perfect from Rice Bowl.
It's been a while since we've seen some of the utility play come out from UAuto Gray, right? It's a very nice thing to see, right? In comes the paranoia, in comes a lot of this util, and you're just like, hey, play it perfectly, get the shots off. And we're right back to kind of square one. 3-2 Queen's Gales with 3 ultis up, 2 ultis on the side of UAuto Gray. And still handling on those Phantoms and the Odin, and maybe a few more to buy. Cherubin, the only one left to try and pick up a gun. I mean, you shouldn't have too much of trouble. Clappy with the Judge in hand, and that's the current strongest weapon. Yeah, Stingers can do some damage if you get close enough and are accurate, but I mean, against 4 Phantoms and an Odin, I don't know how much you're going to be stinging.
I think you've disrespected me, Orbital. The Judge is here.
That's true.
That is the
Single
best
Judge.
weapon. Best weapon in the server right now.
Oh, yeah.
Not even close.
Well, I mean,
I'm a
I
big
love
Judge
it.
fan.
Oh, yeah.
Watch this.
We've lined that up already. I think like multiple times we've been on air.
Every time. I will stand by this Judge every time.
Spike down.
Especially on this
A.
map. I mean, it's very good on this map. Of course, in a 2v4, a little bit difficult to find the timings to get back in here. But Kiwis are awesome. Might be a victim. There we
There
go.
it is.
Standing.
No! You know why Clappy died?
He
know-
he dropped the Judge.
Yep, that's why.
One
As
here.
soon as you took off the robe, as soon as you dropped the gavel, it's over. You're done. You're not allowed even next to the stand. You can't do that, Clappy. You can't do that.
But he did get a kill. So we're gonna chalk that up to a victory, and he's got it back in his hands here.
Oh my
Clappy,
gosh.
he's back.
He got disbarred and stuck his way back into the courtroom. He's like, wait, give me one more shot. Give me 2 seconds, please.
I won't drop the Judge this time. I promise.
Yeah. Spiegel in this
Can't be
house. Right now, chasing in with a 3-3 score. You Ottawa bringing out the 2 to force and saying, all right, if you're going to play with the Judge, we'll play you with the long range. They're trying this B side again. So, again, just saying, hey, we got to play close to our walls. A side affords too many long range opportunities. Hookah's going to be our best option. So, here we go. Bit more blinding power. In goes the showstopper as well.
I've got
Clappy
your
with
trail.
another chance. Almost tried the boost. Messed it up the first time. Had the rebound. Not going to go again. Seekers go outshot from the showstopper. Finds no one. All the action on B side. And yet, Orgo is allowed to mow down one. In comes the orbital strike. It is util after util after util. And Orgo instead is the one that picks up the util kill. Odin rings true with the 3K. And you Ottawa Gray go, is that all you got? You threw the kitchen sink at us, and we said throw the whole kitchen.
I mean, in fairness,
One enemy
Gray
remaining.
picked up the kitchen sink, threw it back over the edge. Nezamart with the tour de force, and saw the showstopper and the nightfall as well.
Teleport's ready.
Other man? There. Okay, I thought Nezamart was just going to go
30
for it
seconds
there. I was scared. 28 seconds remaining. Other man. Prowler investigating. Somehow dodging these bullets.
Oh my gosh.
Weatherman will come away with at least one more frag, but close range. It's another baited shot. Sees. Not so
10
successful.
seconds left.
Was trying to sprint away from 2 enemies and immediately got pinched. And Orgo sets a precedent with a 4K 3 on the Odin. Oh my gosh. You Ottawa Gray rebounding very well against that amount of utility. And I know I was laughing the entire time, but it's just the sheer ridiculousness of how much Queen's Gales dumped into that site. And yet got next to nothing, right? They couldn't even break open this hookah. Got pushed out and had to rotate out. That's you Ottawa Gray saying we're here to play as well, and I love it. I love it so much.
Let me play some defense here for
Here.
Queen Scales. Yes, they
You
did
want to
dump in
play?
a lot of
Let's
util.
play.
But as I mentioned before, you Ottawa Gray, they did the same. I mean, it wasn't like you didn't answer with anything. Nezamart That's a nice opener, though. That one didn't cost you a dime. You was able to pick it up.
I'm done. If Nezamart's going to do this all day, every day, I'm just going to walk away. I'll let Nezamart talk his talk, right? Like, that is... We've been looking for it the entire time.
Is that
Well,
a Bucky that I heard?
I think so. It was a short buy by Queen's Gales, and I definitely saw one out there. So
We stand the Bucky here on this channel.
yeah, we really do. It's Vincent is a shotgun connoisseur.
I'm an enthusiast.
Well, you know what? I'm an Odin enthusiast, considering what Orgo's absolutely ranking shot. This Odin has passed 3 rounds, by the way. The Odin has passed by 3 rounds and shows no signs of stopping. This is out of control. Jeez.
That's a lot of utility. Gal desperately trying to defend
Look at that.
his
They
home.
even say it. They even say it. They're like, we know they're in there. We know they're hiding. Oh my god, I love it. Oh wait, they do chase, and Rice Bowl is able to pick it up. Flawless round now. As you out of a Gray are starting to get into a rhythm. We're starting to see them really take control of this map. It was a save round. Again, Queen's Gales are now going to buy up with the Vandals in hand. Maybe an op for whatever reason, or Clappy just goes ahead and sends it up with another judge. I would love to see that, honestly. Currently sitting at 8-5-0. But no, it's a stock standard rifles to come out to give him the best shot possible.
And listen, I mean, we're here in the 9th round, and I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but Inrod, who's been the real heavy hitter for this Queen's Gale squad, has really topped the leaderboards for his team the last 2 maps, is sort of absent. I mean, sitting at 1-7, not the greatest of starts. Needs to pick up the pace, I would say.
Oh. Well, Orgo got a little bit of a reality check. Has been pushing that, pushing the showers a little bit too quickly, and got a little bit bit for it. Clappy now getting sprayed down and in a rough spot, hiding out in the smoke. And I agree, right? Enrod has been one that we touted at the beginning of this game, and we kind of saw shine through games 1 and 2, and yet very, very quiet, waiting for the rest of the team to try and pick some things as well. Right now, though, Orgo still spraying to Kingdom Come and saying, I got more bullets in the clip. Right now, a little bit of information from Randy. Trying to hold true, but Charcoal opening up right now, and Orgo and Rice Bowl just bite right back. Rice Bowl with the 3K, shook it up with a bit of spam, made some fried rice on him.
My man just walked around the corner and found 3 kills for free, lined them up. They were like bowling pins right there. Just one by one, falling down. Queen's Gale's a little unfortunate considering the positioning, but Rice Bowl with a big impact moment, 6-3. And here's where things have, I think, started to get a little bit out of hand for Queen's Gales. We've seen a couple of eco rounds and a couple of gun rounds now. You Ottawa have shown no signs of stopping. That Odin, it's been incredibly effective. You talked about how it's really been held strong throughout 3 to 4 rounds now. And listen, I don't think that alone tells the story, but I think that it definitely suggests that it's finding its effectiveness, and you Ottawa, they have yet to have it taken away.
The scary thing is now you also have to realize that, yes, it can take away for 1 round, but it's going to come back. It's been identified as extremely effective, right? Like, it just, we would love to say, you know, Queen's Gales is able to round it out, but at this point, Queen's Gales have to win 3 or 4 major gun rounds in a row if they want to lock out some of these heavy artillery weapons. You Ottawa Gray have done a great job in buffering their own zones, and hopefully this pause did it, right? Hopefully this pause was able to allow the Gales to regale themselves back into their former glory. Of course, with this buy and purchase, I don't really see it, but Charcoal has other ideas. Nezamart, who has been the opener for so many times, gets locked out in a first blood. Kiwis are awesome, though. Says, give me a chance. Another shot. He can't find his mark, because Kiwis are awesome. He's able to grab a 2K.
Yeah, 2 misses with the Bucky. That'll be a death pretty much every time. Unfortunate, but that is the way cookie crumbles. Queen's Gales doing what they can with what they have. And
I have
the spy. Inrod has an up. It was an up and a Bucky. I'm so confused at the buy here.
No, that was Nezamart's. That was Nezamart's.
Oh, it was. Great call. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just a little bit slow.
It's been a long day. It's been a very
Spike
well. Guess
down.
what? They lost it. There is
Yeah,
none anymore.
no
It doesn't
op
matter.
anymore. Orgo's gonna make it simple for me. There's no guns. Only one player. That's easy. Weatherman, the last alive. I think he's heard the flank coming through, but you got to deal with the player right in front of your face before you can deal with the flank behind you. Rice will take that frag and push this to 7.
This is. I don't want to say Queen's Gales is gassed, right? I don't want to say that.
But you're gonna.
I mean, it feels like it, right? This squad had so much flair at the opening, right? They had so much flair, pushing very hard, getting that first game win, and then second game pushing it all the way to 13-10, right? It was a very, very close second game, and yet now it feels like after the first few rounds, after they dropped, one round and got one back and then dropped another, they felt kind of deflated. It feels like and listen, if that's what they want to do, that's all for them. But I want to see that strength come back, and that's what we need. A little bit of fire lit back in the camp. Clappy able to bring 2 with the judge. Your favorite, Vincent, to try and rejuvenate the team.
I'm a huge fan. Old Chairman's been heard. No? No audio cue? Really?
Ooh.
That's crazy.
Unless Clappy's just not paying attention.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously possible, but still, big giveaway from the shadows being pulled out and allowing for the push over towards B. This plant should come in, and that should give away that this is an A hit. Clappy gonna
Spike planted.
that down, and there we go. Now the rotation, but let me whilst they process this rotate and get moving, let me push back a little bit because I think that Queen's Gale as a whole, they have not really run out of steam. I think it's Inrod specifically who is feeling maybe a little bit gassed. The impressive performances we saw in those first couple of maps. With that being said, here comes this 2v2 showstopper available for Clappy.
Well, you call it, and they immediately fire in such a smart play. You Ottawa Gray able to bait that one out and now circle in, but I mean the timer's ticking down. I think the stall's done very, very well. Cherubin, yes, you get a kill, but the spike is going to explode. Enrod, last surviving member, says, hey, we are good. You get the clutch victory at a very pricey
Last
cost.
round in the
But it's a
half.
round that you desperately need as we head into the final round here. All out for the final round here. You're going to give it their best shot, and there it is. Orgo once again on that lovely Odin.
And, I think you Ottawa Gray, it's interesting. They've looked so dominant in the last, 6 rounds where they won all of them back to back to back, that it feels like they're ahead by a bigger margin than they actually are. I mean, Queen's Gale's 8-4, 7-5, whatever it ends up being, very winnable. Still, showstopper out here for Orgo. Be electing to push it all the way forward. There's only one player committed to the B site. And Orgo has now confirmed so much space. But Charcoal is looking alongside Clappy. There's no utility. It's just a dry swing.
Face your fear!
Charcoal's going to take a lot of damage for the trouble.
Yeah, that was a painful one to have. Charcoal ready to go, though. On the flank in Hookah, just kind of checking out the scope in the back as the rest of the team tries to clear out B. Remember, take a look. 3 defenders in the back corner. In comes the orbital strike as well to clear them out. Full plant, and that means that utility is no longer available to try and protect the spike. So Nezamart is going to be able to find Charcoal in Hookah, jump out, cover the rest of the team, but Enrod is ready and waiting for it. Cal is going to find Kiwis. A little bit of breath of life is back. Can Rice Bowls be able to clutch it up? Are they going to do it? Enrod finds Cherubin. Down to a 1v2 after that lock. Rice Bowls makes it a 1v1. 30 HP versus full. Rice Bowls, are you going to look the right way? You got the swing, but you don't pull the trigger. Enrod, 3K. Headshot to finish it off. And we said we need to see Enrod come back alive. All it took was a single round.
Well, I think Queen's Gales, you could say bailed out by the fact they won the pistol. 3 rounds, excluding the pistol and the follow-up, is all they got in that half. Would have been a bit of a problem. With the pistol, 7-5. All it's going to take is another pistol win, and they're right back into a tied position, or better. All of that, though, could change if you Ottawa pick this up for themselves. Their attack side, It looked good. I mean, it did look good on Icebox. The defense was just a little bit better, so maybe we'll be seeing Queen's Gale step up here.
One can only hope here. Let's see what they can do. Cherubin deciding to walk backwards for a little bit of fun. Just covering the backside where currently just wanted to walk backwards. I love it. Trying to get that cardio in. Rice Bowl ready to go with a bit of the Omen help. And this is where I feel like Omen kind of really shines. Right? On the defense, you get a lot of value. But yes, even on the attack, it's even more so. Ottawa Gray taking a hard chase in. Queen's Gales should be ready for this. Only one defender in the back corner, so they are going to concede the site first to get a ramp up for the retake.
Inrod, though, this positioning is so early. It's just lining it up. Inrod.
Oh, well,
No.
Phil.
When does he take the shot? He's going to take it now. Connecting the first and the second as well.
Teleport's
Cal,
ready.
meanwhile, it's another one to side overrun by Queen's Gale's players. And despite the attempts, the Kiwis are awesome. It is Queen's Gale's
Stop
to pick
that
up the
shit,
pistol.
Tina.
And like I
Right
said,
here.
pistol rounds, all it takes to put this right back within spitting distance.
I mean, you like to see it. The question, of course, is Ottawa Gray, do they want to commit a little bit into the Stingers, or are they just going to go with the pistols and, you know, have fun in the standard? We know what Clappy's going to do. I don't even think we have to talk about that. It's the Vincent special at this point. Orgo, actually, though, saying, hey, look, I can't get my lovely, lovely Odin. I can get, like, the baby version, right? Stinger coming out here and saying I'll try and do something.
mean-
Here, getting tested a bit.
Definitely with the fire rate. Of course, you know, a little bit less when it comes to the amount of goals you can put forward in a timely manner, but hey, you can't win them all.
I don't know why we're so
Yeah.
hung up on that. We are
I
hung up on some of the weirdest things right now.
That's fine. I mean, listen, nothing weird about being hung up on the judge. That's just the norm.
Yeah,
That's
true.
That's classic standard Vincent.
Yeah, I don't know. I like how so many people are hung up on the Stinger as well. It's fantastic to see something other than a Spectre come out here. Charcoal, though, says Spectre is still king.
Spike down
Clappy grabs one, Charcoal grabs two, trying to
enemy
updo the
remaining.
judge here. Cal saying the Spectre brings so much more, and that'll be the flawless. Queen's Gales do tie it up, moving into this bonus.
I just wanted to be known that Clappy ran out of bullets in every gun there. like no bullets in the judge, swaps to the frenzy, ended up only having like 3 more in that. So I don't know what happened before that, but it was great. Wonderful.
The absolute pinnacle of full send, please. Just empty every clip and then walk away. Your job is done. Whether you get it or not, that's a whole different story.
Hey, bailed out by the rest of the team, no problem there. To Ottawa, we're gonna put a stop to the winding start. Queen's Gales have found themselves in, and
Spike
Cal,
down B.
long range. With help of Inrod, connects that first shot. SMGs working well enough, even at range.
The thing about it is now they're playing inside the smoke, giving themselves the opportunity. They are forcing the util to work in their favor, and they've done it very well. Kiwis gets a singular kill back, and I mean, that worked very, very well. And now the paint shell right back in Orgo's face. Remember, it's been Orgo that has been getting util kills. This time it's Clappy to flush out Orgo and get the judge kill. Is there no better storyline than that? Kiwi, you gotta realize this might not be a great spot for you, but no one is on this side, thankfully. You bounce your way through showers and are gonna look to lay down at a site. One defender only.
Weatherman for the audio cue, and nice shot. Really thread the needle on that one. Queen's Gales. That's the 3rd round in a row. That's the gun round picked up as well, and with the bonus weapons, a rarity
Oh,
for
man.
sure. Ottawa, great. Same situation, at least in essence, that we saw after the start in the first half of Icebox. Ottawa and Gray were down by about 3 or so rounds, and so they took a timeout. They were able to make that comeback pretty significant. They do it again here.
It has been a while, Vincent, since I think we've seen Queen's Gales be able to use util to that effectiveness, right? They've been running and gunning and just kind of, you know, looking for those picks if it worked with them. But that is utilizing the smokes, realizing that if you blind the vision, if you auto a gray when you're the ones with the SMGs, you can give yourself an advantage, right? It was so well placed inside of that B long, and I mean, you could see you auto a gray were not expecting it. And I think this timeout called by Nezamart saying, hey, we got to rethink this. Calm down a little bit. We still have a chance here. They are going to work with a little bit lower end. I don't think they're going to full buy here. Of course, they can't really. But the weapons are in Queen's Gale's hands. They have a chance to extend the lead and push to double digits here.
Well, we'll see if they can do that right here, right now. Like you said, the real chance, considering the lack of weaponry, you Ottawa. You do have some things to shoot back with. A couple sheriffs, a couple sneakers. And we'll go pretty quickly taking control of Hookah. That's not where the majority of Queen's Gales are set up on the B side. It's over here. I like this decision from Enrod not to actually take a shot at the haunt, just waiting it out. Gives a false sense of security, potentially. Of course, Enrod with a chance there to take that shot will miss it, but it still was a good idea.
I actually think that hit. You can take a look at the Fade's HP on you Ottawa Gray's side, and it actually hit, so it's just a body shot is what it was. So, I mean, heads up play to be able to get the damage, just no kills just yet. If it was the operator, of course, that would have been a whole different story, but I mean, right now you don't need it, right? You Ottawa Gray sitting pretty with a single kill on their side to kick things off for the first blood. And now deciding to rotate. They took a kill on A for a bit more. Kiwi's going to heal everyone up to full, and they get ready for this push. Seekers go out.
30
Lines are
seconds
open
left.
as Cal is making a mad dash over. Currently, it's 2v4, and Enrod and Weatherman clean house. So far, 1 and 2, Orgal and Riceful. Two of the top targets down. Kiwis rounding around the corner and going into Lanterns. It's a little bit dangerous, and they are going to line perfectly up. Enrod very much awake, looking for those home runs. Only get so many. Cal will go ahead and lock down a kill of their own. And you Ottawa Gray, they had the right idea. The execution just a little bit on the weaker side.
I mean, in all honesty, I think their execution was pretty perfect there. Just the utility of Queen's Gales, a little bit too much to handle, and of course, the weaponry advantage as well, not irrelevant in that conversation. But all of those conversations stopping now is it's going to be goodbye. You Ottawa, they have everything that they could want. This is their time to shine. And Queen's Gales could solidify themselves here and start dominating in a way that only you Ottawa Gray showed us in the last half. Or we could continue to see a shootout.
Right as they go at you Ottawa Gray. One of the few times we do see a default setup. Everyone kind of spread out, hoping for a little bit of help. And it yields results. Clappy locked down at 10 HP. No heals on their side. I mean, you don't want to utilize the Sky heal just yet. Cherubin, though, gonna go ahead and hold off on the edge. Along this be long, it's chance. Peek and Enrod and Cherubin in a long-range duel. Who's gonna pick it up? Who gives a little bit away? Enrod saw a shoulder and said, nope. Going ahead and backing away. Everyone topped off. You Ottawa Gray not wanting to make a massive move just yet.
Enrod continuing to take these fights.
Bring them down.
At this point, I wonder if it's time to give it up. 50 seconds. You've done a great job if you're Enrod at holding on to this area of putting the entirety of you Ottawa Gray on notice. But still, taking these fights, taking these duels, Cherubin can't do anything about it. And it looks to me like you Ottawa Gray just looking for a way in to this B site, and they're going to attempt to put some pressure on A by pushing forward, but there we go. Nizamar going to be the one to find the kill. Enrod feels like just the guaranteed eventuality to win that duel. Plant going to go down as the rendezvous is there to allow him to wait for the rest of the team for the retake.
More go. I mean, no Odin in hand, but enough to clap one or two more. Cal is going to fall, but Enrod inside is going to drop this to a 2v2. Hookah is
One
one.
enemy remaining.
The defender is there. Orgo finds Enrod. It's all down to Weatherman. You see rain or sunshine. It's rain. Downpour on top of your head. Nezamart gets a headshot, and it's down to a 1-round game. I mean, Vincent, I'm excited because there's a chance with how close these two teams are. If they're going to push this to OT, I will be more than ecstatic at how hard these two teams are playing.
Oh, I mean, that is absolutely the case. Both of these teams want this win, and they want it bad. We've talked about how Queen's Gales, where they're at the season. Currently 0-2. Haven't been able to pick up a victory. But it's been hard fought. You ought to agree. For anything and everything that they could get, 3 maps for every series. They're on their 9th. Probably one of, if not, I mean, it's the most possible maps to have played for NECC thus far. So, nothing coming easy. They're going to take it. No, that sure did look easy. Orgo on his counterpart, the opposing Rays.
At this point, the two Razes are just going tit for tat, right? Like, these two have somehow found each other in so many different scenarios that it's gotten kind of ridiculous. I don't see them ever stopping for the rest of the game, but I love it, right? It's hilarious to me. Orgo got that frag and said, okay, I'm fine. I have the showstopper. When you guys are ready to push, we're going to bring the spike around to be long. Should be able to push up this alleyway and be okay. A little bit of a flash goes in. The bird saying, hey, there's a guy along this territory. And it seems like UAuto Gray are going to try and dance it out a little bit, try and give themselves a chance. Rice Bowl out. A little bit of information, and the rest of the team going to chase in. UAuto Gray chasing into B. Charcoal finds Orgo very early on. Nightfall clearing out, only catching 1, and leaves an opportunity for Cal to get a kill on the side. Cal has deterred the entirety of UAuto Gray from facing off along this angle.
What a brilliant move. Timing. Just 11 seconds to rotate from B to A fast as you like. And there goes the plan. Nezamart ready, waiting. Spotted out a second player. It's 5 minutes out in the chamber, and it's not quite enough. 3-on-2 now. Queen's Gale looking to put themselves up again. Lost that last round, but the haunt lands on Cherubin's head. Riceball trying to even the odds. 2-on-2 now, and Cherubin. Suggestion taken. As Riceball takes a second. It's 9-9. Ottawa on the way to make this another win.
Cherubin said, you don't do that to me. You don't do me like that. You don't throw down my own ability against me and lock down that kill. Right now, we are seeing Ottawa explode once again into this game, and I feel again and again that these teams are just consistently trying to one-up each other, right? They are. Oh no!
Look at what it.
No! Oh my gosh! Clappy has inducted another player into Vincent's shotgun rally. It's becoming a cult, Vincent. You gotta stop. You gotta stop here.
No, I will never stop. The judge cult following will continue. Enrod able to rendezvous away. And those paint shells, no, okay. I thought for a moment that they had walked forward and Ottawa Gray would have been caught in some significant damage, but that did not happen. And that early skirmish in towards Showers has, I think, put a little bit of some question marks in the minds of both these teams, and they're both kind of holding back, waiting, looking for any sort of re-aggression. And I like that. I mean, that's a good decision. Of course, at the moment,
I've got
they're
your
both playing passive.
Both of them are like, you peek first. No, you peek first. No, you peek first. No one peek. Just rush. Just rush. Enrod says, hey, give me a chase. Orgo said, all right, cool. I'll find Weatherman. Orgo looking for a few more around the corner to go. Rice Bowl trying to get a play off. And the majority share of Queen's Gales chase after him. Enrod got chased out and is going to find a 3K. Cherubim is finally able to find Enrod, but not before the damage is done. And in all the chaos and all the mess and all the King's Guards, it is let down to a 2v2 on the B.
Look at this very fast flank coming through as well.
One enemy remaining.
Charcoal going to join Cal in his endeavor. And Cherubin. This is a risky maneuver. This Trailblazer could stop it, but the Trailblazer doesn't turn, doesn't check. Oh wait, I think he's been spotted. Yeah.
Yep.
Trailblazer comes back at the right moment, confirms that both players are inside hookah. Jeremy needs to stand up for this kill, but Cal takes not only him, but the man previously as well on the rotate. Queen's Gales gonna put themselves back in the lead, 10-9.
Not the boom you hoped for.
This is I'm sweating so bad, wondering who's gonna come out on top, and I'm not even playing the game, right? These two teams are absolutely fighting tooth and nail, and I love it, right? I couldn't ask for a better third game. No matter what, anyone that watches any sort of best 3, best of 5, whatever, if it gets down to the last game, you want it to be a banger. You don't want to see an absolute blowout. You don't want to see a 13-0, 13-2, whatever. You want to see it go down to the wire. And I mean, these teams have given us a show. After game number 1, after what
play,
you Ottawa
let's
had to
play.
deal with, I'm impressed. I cannot wait to see these teams continue playing. And right now, I cannot predict who is going to come on the top. 4 ultis alive for Queen's Gales. 1, which has been called down to 2 of the Force, says hello on you Ottawa Gray side.
Yeah, an interesting endeavor. See how these are utilized in this one. Of course, Queen's Gales, if they're able to use those ultimates to win this round, not only would they be in the lead by a 2-round position, but it would also be pushing the economy of U Ottawa into the gutter, into the bin. And that would be even further
Teleport's ready.
of a confirmation. But here is Nezumart. Been so good with the operator, so good with this tour de force, is looking for the opening here, but nobody's giving it to him. Nobody wants to be the guy to give up the opening pick. Not when the rounds are this important.
Gonna be super, super sneaky quiet here.
30
Queen's
seconds
Gales
left.
going. Where the heck are
I
they?
have the spike.
Where are they? 30 seconds left, and there still has not been a definitive site chosen. Or at least that's what I thought. Lined up to go through the teleporter. All 5 of you
Face
Ottawa
your
Gray ready to
fear!
burst onto the scene. And they're going to call it. In comes the Nightfall, closing through. That's all the way on the B site. Showstopper is going to be launched out. Clappy is going to try and hold it off. Rice Bowl finds Enrod. Rice Bowl finds Charcoal. And a little bit of a burn finds Orgo. That's going to be Charcoal finding Orgo's life in the burn pits. Welcome to Utility Heaven. Population 1.
3v3 though. Tour de force still alive. These Seekers giving some information away. Some positioning. Flight back now continues. Clappy trying desperately to bring that back, but it's Rice Bowl on the triple kill that's done the damage. The haunt up over the top, denied. 2 players remain. It's Cal.
1 enemy remaining.
Nezumart
Last player
stands
standing.
tall. Cal for the triple kill.
Oh,
There's enough time. No, not enough
No.
time.
oh my gosh.
I think Cal hesitated there for just a moment, and I think that might have been the difference maker.
I think that's true. That feels terrible. After popping off like that and 2K Cal repeating that sentence, it's... That hurt. We've seen so many times where we've seen some of those moments where it just kind of feels bad moments, right? That one is going to hurt even more, knowing that you gave you Ottawa Gray the chance to tie it up here 10-10. They've been at this stance, by the way. They have been at this moment before. Queen's Gales sat here in this last game and watches you Ottawa Gray pulled away from them. Deja Vu is going to run amok in their heads. If they're not careful, it's a very dangerous spot. Enrod having to rendezvous away from that boom bot and forced to relocate.
Other man, my favorite gun. Do it.
Oh my
Do it.
gosh. No, I think you're spotted. I think Weatherman got spotted.
Might have been, yeah.
Yeah, you can see at the back away just like, I know something's tricky.
Orgo still wants this positioning. I mean, that's the key, right? He's playing patiently, sure, but especially with the Spectre.
Oh my god. No, they're gonna bring a the buddy system. Hold each other's
I'm
hands as you
invested.
walk through the door.
I'm invested in this.
Oh, they sent the Trailblazer. Okay. Smart move here. Checking around. Yep, that dash out. Weatherman said, I spotted a little bit of a drizzle. Snowstorm is coming in. Can't deal with it. Rice Bowl get lit a little bit on the back end, and now Nezumart slowed down thanks to that Trailblazer. All dogpiling in. You Ottawa Gray taking a chance here, but Weatherman and Enrod lay waste to all of them. Weatherman goes ahead and holds steady with the rest of the squad. You
30
Honor
seconds
of
left.
Gray, not allowed an 11th round. Rice Bowl, I mean, you got to pull out a miracle. Where is that 250th Rice Bowl? You're going to need the power.
Listen, some people call me biased, but I'm a fan of only one thing. And that is the judge. Doesn't matter who
10
wields
seconds
it.
left.
I'm a fan. I want it. Nicely done there. Enrod as well with the Tour de Force did a lot of great work confirming the players over towards long. It was a multifaceted approach and a multifaceted defense with the judge on towards Hookah, denying players as they dropped out, and Enrod continuing to find success denying the players towards long with the Tour de Force. So, and once again, just to kind of draw our attention back to a point you made in the first couple of maps, that's the kill differential here. Queen's Gales, all of them are right there together. Just 5 between the top and the bottom frags, and it feels very much like everyone is invested in playing well.
Everyone's doing their part, whether it's taking kills or healing up your teammates. You Ottawa Gray, I mean, they got to dance this one out. Enrod goes ahead and snipes away Orgo, who, again, without the Odin, can't really hold it steady there. Although I would be interested to see an Odin on the attacking side. That'd be pretty interesting. Spike is passed around. Kiwis is going to hang on to that as the rest of the team have to go for the Trailblazer. Going to be locking into this B side. Remember last time they tried to go into B, they got completely washed out. And I mean, Enrod's there again. No op at hand, but enough to scare them away. 2 and 3, or 2-2 with one swinging between both sites. You want to go, just going to wait this one out. All 4 members packed into the spot.
Yeah, they're hoping that somebody's going to get a little antsy, try to like find some information, push forward. Nobody does, and so now's the time to go for a bit of a fake. Haunt goes out, same true for the guiding light, and then everyone rotates with the teleporter. They've not done the right thing, though, at least not
30
on
seconds
paper, as
left.
3 players are committed to this A site, where they left 2 on the other side.
Spike down
Charcoal
A. One
to
enemy
deny the
remaining.
player's entry.
Oh,
There's
there it
Clappy
is.
for another with the judge. It's down to just a single man. That's Rice Bowl.
At this point, Clappy's just listening in and
seconds
says,
left.
I don't care that we're on freaking match points. We're going to make it happen. We're going to make it happen with the judge, or we're
Match
going to
point.
die trying. I feel like that's what's being said here.
Judge or bust,
Last-
baby.
Oh, wait, no, they sold it. Now they lose. All right, I'm calling it here. Now, I'm not going to say that. Right now, it is swapped out. Clappy going ahead, moving to that Vandal. I mean, all right, listen. If they lose this round, it is the judge call, right? Like, you have to join the cult if you want to win this game.
Listen, you're saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just here to be a judge enjoyer. And,
In the back, Vincent is like quickly texting Clappy. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hey, he got it back! He got it back! Yeah!
dude, why did you have to tell everybody what I was doing? That was unreasonable. That's supposed to be on the down low. Queen's Gales, there's something down low, though, about what they've been doing in these last couple of rounds. Been dominating. They've been pushing themselves up above the opposition, and now they have their chance. They win here or in the next round, and they'll be taking away their first victory of the season.
I mean, they're going to give it their best shot here again, and you Ottawa Gray know this. They're working with one member that has a Spectre, right? This is the feels bad moment. You Ottawa Gray have a Spectre in hand, and they're not too excited about it. Weathermen hiding out, waiting on Nezamar to around the corner. They do great damage to go ahead and knock down that chip door, but it's a little bit of a question mark. Seeing all 4 still lock around and ready to go. It's going to be a little bit of repositioning. Oh, that orb didn't go as far as I think Weatherman was hoping it would.
I've got your trail.
30 seconds
Regardless,
left.
a rotation, and that's a nice shot by Orgo. How can you anticipate another player playing so close with an operator? Enrod, this crossfire perfect. Trailblazer committed. Hot.
Oh!
In position, but like I said, a crossfire set up to perfection, and the denial with the plant. Yes, perfect 7 seconds. I don't know there'll be enough time on the
Player
clock.
standing.
There will
One
not.
enemy remaining.
The spike falling
Spike
regardless.
down.
It's time over, and that's going to be the game.
Defenders win.
13-10 for Queen's Gales as they take their maiden victory.
I mean, to have it end with an orbital strike to slow you down so you can't plan. I mean, to anyone hoping for a big bang to finish it off, yes, a little bit dissatisfying. But I mean, you go back, you watch every single round. We started things off with these two teams consistently dying to the spike. I want to point that out. We saw multiple rounds where everyone, I believe, is dead. Like, just no one alive, just everyone decided to go ham. And we ended with these teams cold, calm, calculated, playing to the best of their abilities. And it was just, again, the better team came out and won here today. You auto agree can go back and say they pushed the limits. This is a squad that, again, has now played 9 total maps. Of 3 series, 9 total maps. They are going to be so experienced by the end of this season that if they don't improve, I would be shocked.
I mean, listen, like you said, just sheer server time suggests that they've had the, in match time availability to step up in a big way. The other thing that I noticed in that one was that Queen's Gales, they set themselves up above by picking up the pieces whenever you auto agree. We're starting to have some of those moments that they just seemed a little bit uncoordinated and the such. But yeah, I think Queen's Gales deservedly taking the victory here. But you auto agree, I have no doubt that they're going to be looking to continue to improve.
And I mean, listen, if you want to win, just join the Cult of Vincent. It's that easy.
That's right.
Judge, just a short couple creds, and you'll be set to go. Even if you die,
It's
I mean,
easy.
I think Clappy pointed that out. So, of course, Queen's Galesby, your victors here tonight in the Challengers Division. An absolutely amazing match that if you can, go ahead, rewatch it wherever you can find it. I mean, NECC has got all the action. What's crazy, that was only week number 3. There's so much more action across the entire week, across the likes of Rocket League, RL, R6, as well as League of Legends, so many other games, and then week 4 afterwards. Make sure to always tune in to the NECC to get all of your esports action. My name is Ordo. With me has been Vincent. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will say good night and have a beautiful, beautiful rest of your day.